making sure that everything is fully functioning. So as you can see, big part of this mission is to make sure that the spacecraft, the hardware, and all the operations are working and that the data is going to make sense. And speaking of recovery, we are also going to have the opportunity at splashdown to recover that launch or that flight data, and we're going to be able to take that back, analyze it, and make sure there are if there are any enhancements we need or changes we need to make before our next missions, we'll be able to do so.
Uruguay.
They're going to still lots to do. They're going to stay very busy, obviously. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Megan.
Brasil también, Buenos Aires.
2 hours, 25 minutes and counting, and
Bienvenidos a Explora Libre. Y bueno, vamos a empezar con la transmisión de nada más y nada menos que la vuelta del hombre a la luna. ¿Qué les parece? Nunca pensé hacer esto. Estoy muy emocionado, de verdad. Voy a ir viendo cómo se escucha el audio, cómo se ve la imagen. Y ya les voy a ir contando un poquito de lo que estamos viendo. Recién arranqué a ver, la verdad que sinceramente no he visto nada todavía. Recién arranqué a mirar y bueno, arranqué junto con ustedes. Quiero comentarles que aquí en la parte inferior de la esquina derecha lo que tenemos, a ver, sería, me veo la cámara, a mi derecha tenemos lo que es el primer lanzamiento del Apolo, de cuando el hombre fue a la luna. Son imágenes del Apolo 11, en realidad vendría a ser Apolo 11. Disculpen si me expresé mal. Me pongo un poco nervioso porque la verdad que estoy re emocionado con el tema del lanzamiento. Y bueno, como les decía, tenemos ahí abajo imágenes del Apolo 11, de lo que fue aquella llegada del hombre a la luna, para revivir aquellas épocas, perdón. Y bueno, luego tenemos lo que es la transmisión de la NASA en vivo. Y bueno, vamos a ir comentando un poquito a ver qué van diciendo, mientras también vemos las imágenes del Apolo. Y bueno, falta un rato todavía, acá en Uruguay son las 5 de la tarde, así que todavía falta un ratito para el lanzamiento. Vamos a ver si está todo en orden, en teoría sí, porque si no ya lo hubiesen cancelado. Así que bueno, ahí tenemos el reloj también. Nos quedan 2 horas 20 para el lanzamiento, poco y nada. Así que bueno, vamos a escuchar un poquito a ver qué dicen y vamos a ir resumiendo un poquito de información también.
Good readback, ops 1 voltage 131.3.
I copy 131.3.
Again, those numbers you hear, they're referring to specific steps in the launch countdown that the crew have to step through in order to get us to launch today. And so we were saying, yes, inspiration, a big part of why NASA does what it does. We want to go together and we want to explore together to learn more about ourselves and here on Earth.
Yeah, humans, I think, naturally want to explore, and so going together, like Lisa said earlier, we're going to go farther and faster than we possibly can alone. And, you know, what a way to celebrate that today.
Yeah.
Going back to the moon in the first time in over half a century.
And we have that great shot there in our small box of the rocket on the pad. And at the very top there, our Artemis II crew. Right now, we know that the crew has begun the closeout crew has begun doing that cabin leak check. So they are currently pressurizing the cabin, and it sounded like it would take about 6 to 8 minutes for them to get to pressure, and then they have to hold that pressure for 5 minutes, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of volume. You know, we talked about it being a 6-person tent. I think it's 330 cubic feet. Don't quote me on that number, but you know, they have to pressurize that capsule, and then, like we talked about, take that initial pressure, wait 5 minutes, and take the second pressure.
Yeah, and then it takes about 6 to 8 minutes again to depressurize the cabin. So this process will take a few minutes.
OTC ascent switch configuration complete.
OTC copies. Thank you.
And then after the cabin leak checks, then they will finally close the last abort system hatch. So again, chugging along in the countdown, really excited to, again, continue to hear the crew's voice inside Orion, stepping through all the procedures.
Yes, it's exciting to hear them making progress, right? It's all good news hearing the crew talk to the ground and working together to get to the launch.
And what I think is really cool is that this is the first time NASA is going to have astronauts in low Earth orbit, but also in deep space at the moon. So here's a message from some of the crew aboard the International Space Station right now.
Hello, Megan, and a big hello to everyone around the world counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries of exploration and expand our knowledge with scientific discovery, we advance our collective civilization together as one.
Test flights are crucial to the mission of exploration. We all learn in test flight schools that the more challenging the missions are, the more incremental the tests should be. This Artemis II mission is one more increment on the way to further exploration.
Thank you to the crew, our friends, for your dedication. And from the entire Expedition 74 crew, thank you to all of the teams that had a hand in getting the Artemis II mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Oh, I love that so much. I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learn so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis II, because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about the moon, deep space, and how humans can live and work so far from home. So here are some of the science objectives that NASA hopes to accomplish with Artemis II.
Bueno, ahí lo que vimos recién fue un mensaje de la estación espacial, de la estación internacional que está orbitando la Tierra, y era un saludo que mandaban desde la estación para lo que va a ser el lanzamiento del Artemis.
Testing science on board, science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis I, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system, so what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth.
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the Science Officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis II will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
It has been, really one of the privileges of a
Bueno,
lifetime.
y vamos a hablar un poquito mientras seguimos esperando. Vamos a hablar un poquito de, bueno, lo que es la tripulación. Mientras también
As
esperamos
this rocket
a
launches
que se
humanity
conecte.
off of the Earth, we'll be
Bueno,
setting
aquí
the
en la
stage through our
tripulación
science to prepare
tenemos
humanity to leave Earth and
lo que va a
explore
ser
the
la
solar
primera
system.
mujer en una misión lunar, la primera mujer en
And what we learned
alejarse
during this
de la
and future
Tierra,
Artemis missions to the moon will eventually get us
llegar
to
a
Mars.
lo que va a
Here's
ser
Jasmine
la
Hopkins
órbita
again,
de la
now with
Luna,
Nikki
porque
Fox,
recuerden que
Associate
esto no es
Administrator of
un
NASA's
alunizaje,
Science Mission
no va a ir,
Directorate.
no vamos a
Thanks so
bajar a la
much,
Luna
Megan. Yes,
como
we're
el
back
Apolo,
on the balcony now, joined by
sino que
Dr. Nikki Fox.
vamos a
Nikki,
orbitar
in
la
this
Luna.
nearly 10-day mission, we are covering a lot of
Inclusive,
science
no
from
solo que vamos a orbitar, sino
CubeSats
que
to tissue
también
chips.
va
What
a
are
ser
you
la
most
primera
looking
vez
forward to learning?
Oh my goodness, I
que
think
la
for
vamos a
me the
orbitar
most
tan
exciting
cerca, porque
thing
va a estar
is
más
actually
cerca
being
de
able
lo que
to
estuvo
interact with
el
the crew
Apolo,
while
a lo
they
que
are
se
flying,
refiere la órbita.
doing this historic journey on the far side of the
Como les
moon.
decía, va a ser
They
la
are going
primera
to be
mujer.
seeing
También tenemos
pieces
al
of the
primer
moon that no human eyes have seen before, which is really spectacular.
de color,
It's
como
going to be an
quieran
interesting
llamarle.
trajectory. Some of it is in darkness.
También va a ser el
Then at
primero.
the Terminator, so in darkness they'll be able
Luego
to look for like
tenemos
impact flashes
a
and
el
things
primer
when micrometeorites pummel that poor
canadiense,
moon.
o mejor dicho, el
And then
primer
at the Terminator they
tripulante
can
que
see
no va a ser
shadows and interesting things,
estadounidense.
which kind of gives you depth perception. And then of course in the sunlit,
Y luego
picking out everyone's
tenemos,
favorite
bueno,
craters.
al típico
Also, if we launch today or tomorrow, they will see a total solar eclipse from the Orion
americano,
capsule. How cool is
el
that?
que vemos
That is
en las
very cool. We are
películas, el típico
thrilled for this
astronauta,
Artemis II crew to be able to see the
que
moon
ese
in
es
a
el
way that we've
capitán,
never seen
es el
before.
que va
What is so unique
a estar
about that
al
far side?
mando.
Why are we going there?
I mean, honestly, it's just, it
Y
is
bueno, esos
unique.
serían
It's
los,
very different to the near
si no
side of the
me
moon. The
saltea
actual sort of
ninguno, serían
terrain, the
cuatro
morphology, it's very, very
tripulantes.
different. And so it will
Así
be
que es
very
todo un
exciting to see
nuevo-
that
un nuevo
as
hito
we're going past that.
a lo que se
Absolutely. And Nikki,
refiere
you know, we are
a
performing a
personas.
lot of science at the moon this year, actually, not just Artemis II. Can you speak to the commercial
La mujer
lunar
se llama
landers we're planning to
Cristina
send?
Cox.
Yes, we
y
are very,
tiene
very
el
proud of our
récord de la
commercial
mujer
partners
con
as
mayor
they take
tiempo
our
fuera
payloads for
del
us to the
planeta,
lunar
o sea,
surface. And
orbitando
very
en la
excited.
estación
Next one up
espacial, que creo que era
is
algo de
Blue Origin's
365
Blue Moon,
días por ahí,
Mark
que
1.
estuvo
Going, it's got some
orbitando en la
science on
estación
it. It's got
espacial.
the scalps that went on the Blue Ghost, so
Bueno,
we'll be
les
able to
pregunto
sort of
si
look
les
at that
gusta
plume
ir
as it's
viendo las
coming down
imágenes
onto
del
the
Apolo
lunar
11
surface,
o si les
and then
parece
also
que no está
the
bueno o
laser
quieren que les agrande un poquito lo que
retroreflector
es
that will be
la
the
imagen del
the
Apolo
array
11 que
that's up
estamos
there
viendo ahí
too.
en
So even on that
abajo,
first test flight, packing it with
en la
science as much
esquina
as we can.
derecha.
Wow, Nikki, so much science. It's hard to keep track of
Como decía, esas
everything.
son
But the
imágenes
unique
del
thing
Apolo
about
11.
Artemis II is we're sending crew. Can you speak to the
Si
importance
quieren ver un
of the
poquito más
human
grande eso, lo
element of
agrando, si no,
science?
simplemente lo
Absolutely. I mean,
sacamos,
the,
pero es para
you know,
ir también
we can
haciendo
program,
un poco
like
de
we do
memoria
with
lo que
our beautiful
fue
rovers on Mars, we can program them to do certain things, and
la
it's
ida
what we
del
think
hombre
we
a la
need them to
luna.
do. When you have an astronaut
También me
up
podría
there,
chocar
they
un
can
poquito
make
yo
that
que
sort
estoy
of
acá, pero
like
bueno,
really
eso
unique
me lo van
split-second
diciendo.
decision.
También si
The
me
thing I'm
dicen
most
si se
looking forward
animan
to
a ver
is
si el audio
when,
se
you know,
escucha
when they
bien, si
think
se
they're going to
escucha
be
bien el
looking
audio
here,
de
is hearing one
fondo,
of them say, "Oh my goodness, look
si se
over
escucha
there,"
bien mi
and I
audio.
think that's just incredible about how we do that.
Porque
Also,
la
flying
emoción a
our
veces
tissue
gana
chips
un poquito.
with
¿Qué
the
tal? Bueno, veo
astronauts,
que alguien
our
escribió al chat
Avatar
ahí.
experiment.
Hola Rubén,
Here we
¿qué
go,
tal Rubén?
Avatar.
Un saludo para ti,
And,
gracias por
that's
estar ahí
got
del
the
otro
tissue
lado.
chips samples that matched to the crew,
Si a una mujer
so we'll
podría
be
haber
able to
problemas.
monitor
No, no lo
the
creo.
effects
Yo creo
of
que al revés.
microgravity
Creo
and
que va a ser
radiation on that
inclusive
human
mejor
tissue
todavía.
as
Va
we
a ser la
prepare
que
for
va a dar
more
el
and more
equilibrio.
missions to the moon for longer and longer durations,
Right.
and then off to Mars.
Wow, Nikki, so much science ahead of us. But first, we have to launch. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Go Artemis.
Of course, go Artemis. And with that, let's turn it back over to the
A lo que se
countdown
refiere
with NASA's
la,
Megan Cruz.
la órbita va a ser...
Nikki is so fun. She has so much energy and so much
cohete va a
passion about
despegar,
science. And
luego
again, yeah, it's just so
se
important to
va a
remember
despegar la
that so
cápsula
much science is happening
con
with
la
this
nave,
mission. It's not just to
y
test
va a
out
ser
the
como una especie
hardware
de
and
8,
the life support
¿sí? Va a
systems.
ser como
Yeah,
un
you know, you
8,
saw the
y
science
va a ir
video, and then
hacia
we
la
talked to
Luna.
Nick.
Primero va a dar
Man,
una
there's so
vuelta
much
acá
going
en
on, right?
lo
We
que
talked a
es
little bit about the
la
lunar observations that we're going to do,
atmósfera, no, perdón, la órbita,
and then you know, she talked about made a really great point
que
about the
eso
human eye can
se
pick
hace
things
como
out
para
that
ir
a
chequeando
camera or a
ciertas
robot can't necessarily
cosas que van a
pick out.
chequear,
And so that's why we're sending
porque
humans, but
si
also
no,
we're not
no
just
vi
doing
mal,
the lunar observations.
esta
The
misión también
Avatar,
ya van a
like, that's a
probar
really cool experiment. You know, they took
ciertas
blood
cosas
samples from the crew, and then they
que
used
las van
those
a
stem
adaptar
cells to
luego
make
más
bone
adelante
marrow and
cuando
create those little Avatar
SpaceX
chips, which is like feels like
Orion
scientific, you know,
tenga
sci-fi
su
movie
nave,
stuff.
su nave pronta.
But you know, we're going to look at radiation. We're going to look
Entonces
at
van
all
a
sorts of
dar
different
una vuelta
scientific
en la
experiments. You know,
órbita
we got the
y van a hacer
little CubeSats.
movimientos
We're
que
going to go look
esos
at space
movimientos van a
weather.
servir luego para
Lots
acoplarse
going
a
on.
otras
Yeah,
naves.
even collecting some of the astronauts'
Y
saliva,
luego
you
sí
can
van
learn
a
a
salir
lot
y
about
van a
the
ser como una
body through
especie
the
de 8.
saliva. So just really a lot in a
Por eso
small
que
amount
demoran
of
10
time
días
in a small capsule.
Yeah, you know, scientific
llegar
discovery.
en
That's
ir y
why we go
volver
back to the
a la
moon.
Luna.
Yeah. And so again, her energy
Si tienen alguna
just
pregunta,
so
son bienvenidos.
oh my God, I can't find the words. So
wonderful,
awesome. I don't know why I couldn't find the word.
Otro dato
So
que está,
anyway, yeah,
un
just really again,
un
thank
dato que
you,
está,
Dr.
está
Nikki
bueno,
Fox
pero a la
and
vez da
Jasmine
como un
and so
poquito de
Nicole. What about
miedo,
answering
no
more
para mí,
questions?
por
Let's do it.
supuesto, pero
Okay,
sí para
great.
los tripulantes tal
First
vez,
one, what was the
es que
word I
van a
was trying to
hacer
get at? No, I'm kidding.
una
Let's have the
reentrada
first question up on the screen now.
que va a romper récords, o sea, una reentrada que va a tener 40.000 kilómetros por hora, lo que va a ser la reentrada de la cápsula a la Tierra.
I see him being asked.
Va a ser la reentrada más vertical, se podría decir, que han hecho hasta ahora con lo que es la cápsula.
For your awareness, scrubber cycling is about to be restarted.
Eso se debe a que hicieron un par de pruebas y en el Artemis I el escudo falló y bueno, entonces lo van a hacer más recto porque el escudo falló porque cuando entra va haciendo como saltos. Y entre salto y salto fallaba el escudo. Por decirlo de alguna forma más fácil, sin complicar la explicación.
You know, these are
Entonces van a hacer una reentrada más fuerte que las
a
reentradas
Dragon
normales.
launch or a
Eso
shuttle
fue por el
launch.
Artemis I.
You know, we have to accelerate to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, and then
seguramente
we talked about
Elon
the
Musk a estar
secondary
mirando la
burns that
transmisión
they will do to
también
get away from Earth. But
soy yo el que
you
va
know, for me
primero
personally, it kind of
en la
felt like we got
competencia
slingshotted off the Earth, is how I
de
like to
cohetes.
describe it. So you know, you get set back in your seat, and the
Recuerden
G-forces are
que
into your chest.
está Orion de
Moon leak check
¿cómo es
complete.
este
The cabin is
empresario?
going to
Ahí
be
no me sale el
vented to
nombre.
flight pressure momentarily.
O sea, no está solo SpaceX.
Integrity copies.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Again, so the spacecraft is holding pressure as expected, and so now they will depressurize it, which will take about 6 to 8 minutes. Exciting.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Like we
sorry.
talked about,
Perdón,
continuing
yo
to
estaba
march
diciendo Orion,
towards
es
the launch.
Orion.
Yeah, so the G-forces are into your chest, and it's kind of a slow build, and
Blue
you can get all
Origin
the way up to 4.5 Gs into the chest during the launch, and often they have to back off on the thrust a little bit so that you don't get too high in the G-forces, and especially as we go through kind of max Q or that max aerodynamic
Es el que va
force,
más
so as they
adelantado.
get
Ahí
through the thicker
Rubén
parts of
me
the
está
atmosphere.
corrigiendo. Bueno, bien Rubén,
And
gracias
then
por
very
lo de la
similar
voz.
G-forces on the way home, so slow, steady build up
Ahora
to
sí
about
creo que va a
4.5
andar.
Gs as the rocket actually decelerates. You know, you heard in one of the packages when they come back, they're going to be going 7 miles a second.
Gosh,
Les decía que recuerden que esta misión también está un poco relacionada con lo que es la carrera espacial con Blue Origin, con SpaceX, que son los dos más fuertes, se podría decir, que están compitiendo para trabajar con la NASA y llevar el hombre a la Luna y armar una especie de, por lo que he leído y he visto, como una base. Ahora, de ahí a que sea cierto que se hagan pocos años, no creo, pero bueno, todo depende de esta misión sobre todo, y bueno, creo que depende también mucho de SpaceX, de Elon Musk. Por ahora el que va ganando la carrera claramente es el señor Elon Musk con su SpaceX. Ahí tenemos una toma hermosa. Casualmente estamos viendo una toma de hoy en día en vivo, y estamos viendo una toma del Apolo 11 que podemos compararla tranquilamente porque es el mismo lugar. No sé si es la misma torre de lanzamiento, supongo que sí, porque sí es la misma, ¿sí? Si ven, tienen las dos antenas, hay un tanque. Épico.
And basically what we're studying is astronautics and aviation, kind of blended the two together. We have flight simulators in our lab, but students are also learning about engineering.
Gracias Rubén por corregir la voz y gracias por estar ahí también.
Pathways available for them, trying to give them opportunities to see which pathway they might want to be interested in. So, yeah, just a great opportunity for them to learn about space. We just finished doing a whole model rocket build where the students took CAD software, developed their own rockets, put them together, and launched them right from our school. So it's very exciting.
Incredible. And then another local high school, Titusville, you guys also have a similar but slightly different program.
Yes, we do space mechatronics with advanced manufacturing, preparing students to build and manufacture things to do automation to build things on Mars and things like that, or locally too.
Now, you told me that you're actually trying to figure out a little bit what you want to do when you're done your freshman in high school.
Bueno, por ahora no hay ningún fallo. Estaba mirando un poquito de eso, si hubo algún fallo, y no hubo ningún fallo. Por eso sigue todo en pie. Recuerden que cuando fue el mes pasado, sí, el mes pasado que se iba a lanzar, y bueno, tuvieron una pérdida y tuvieron que reparar. Y se atrasó un mes prácticamente.
And you were actually telling me that I think were telling me that you're interested in becoming a pilot. We talked a little bit about the pilot who is on board the rocket right now. How is this program preparing you for your future?
I mean, it's teaching me everything that I know about aviation, and it's really inspiring that I get to learn it in a classroom, like locally as well. It's amazing. I love it.
And then you were also telling me you're taking this class. What's the most interesting thing you've learned?
I really like the whole design part of it, like actually like engineering, like because I want to be an engineer. Engineering the products we use when we build stuff. That's definitely my favorite part, learning how to use.
Estamos a 2 horas. Bueno, todavía tenemos 2 horas para esperar. Esperemos que algún otro se sume también al directo.
I can also say that they have fans. Nicole Ayers here. As soon as that girl said that she wants to be a pilot, Nicole went.
Tenemos a Rubén ahí agitando. ¿De dónde eres, Rubén?
Kids in high school have goals and they set their goals high and they want to go do something. You know, the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot, like I love that. You know, find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it, and go get good at it.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about what NASA is doing here. Again, the lawn behind us just filled with media from around the world, making sure that they can help tell our story to everyone who is interested in hearing it. So back here in Florida, of course, we have NASA leadership also keeping a close eye on launch operations. Let's go now to Jasmine Hopkins, who is standing by with Lori Glaze, Acting Associate Administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Development.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're honored to welcome Dr. Lori Glaze to the balcony now. Lori, this is our very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question, and it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad, and we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis I, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system,
Bueno, estaba mirando un poquito que lo que es la carga de combustible, eso está todo pronto, que fue uno de los problemas, como decía hace un rato, que tuvieron anteriormente.
As you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into Orion. And then the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job, and they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together.
Rubén de Uruguay, qué lindo, Rubén de Uruguay, qué bien. Uruguay presente, podríamos decir, ¿eh? No vi mucho movimiento en Uruguay con esto. Entiendo que está en una situación difícil el país y tal vez esto pasa a otro plano, pero bueno, es un momento épico.
Window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches, and it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday, like people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, you know, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane ride here was, really? They were coming to see the launch. You know, everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here.
Bueno, hablando un poquito más para ir llenando un poco de estos espacios que vamos a tener, ya que todavía faltan 2 horas mientras vemos que nos muestran imágenes, la charla también que hay no es tampoco muy nutritiva, se podría decir. Para los que no saben, vieron cuando enfocan lo que es la nave con el cohete que está en la plataforma de lanzamiento. Tenemos 2 cohetes y tenemos lo que es el tanque rojo, que el tanque rojo no es un cohete, sino que es combustible.
What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis II is designed as the first crewed test flight.
Vendría a ser como era el transbordador. O sea, va a usar lo mismo que usaba el transbordador. Aquel transbordador, aquel que se usaba antes, creo que se usó hasta el 2013, por ahí creo que fue. Creo que se usó hasta el 2013. Y luego no se usó más porque la idea del transbordador era que sea reutilizable, pero el mantenimiento era demasiado caro, entonces por eso lo dejaron de usar. Pero ven que ahí tenemos la imagen de lo que es el Apolo 11 y ven que es solo un cohete entero. Y acá tenemos 2 cohetes más el tanque de combustible. Y si ustedes se acuerdan que el transbordador era 2 cohetes más los motores del transbordador y el tanque, el mismo tanque. Es más, estos cohetes, por lo que me informé, hay uno que ya ha hecho varios viajes. Lo que serían los boosters, como se le dice en SpaceX. los SLS, que son los dos cohetes blancos que están ahí a cada lado. Gracias al alemán Van der Braun, si no me equivoco. Van der Braun.
Across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and competence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good. Now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over
Luego,
to
si seguimos hablando de lo que es la nave, tenemos arriba, vieron que tienen como una punta. Bueno, esa punta no está por casualidad ahí, por supuesto, como todo lo que hay ahí, sino que es una especie de fusible para los tripulantes, que si llega a haber alguna falla, enseguida lo que es la parte de la cápsula se despega, y en esa punta tenemos propulsores que lo que va a hacer es alejar enseguida la cápsula lo más posible, lo más rápido posible de lo que son los motores y el combustible, para que la tripulación se salve. Por eso digo que es como una especie de fusible. Esa es la única función. Vieron que si ahí vemos el Apolo 11 no tiene nada que ver la forma de la nave. Como les decía, esta misión del Artemis II y la nave Orion va a usar lo mismo que usaba lo que era el transbordador. Entonces acá lo que pasa es que se pierde, el tanque se pierde por completo, eso se da por perdido, y luego lo que rescatan son los dos cohetes, los dos motores, que eso los rescatan desde el océano. Porque uno de los problemas justamente que tenía la NASA, o que tiene mejor dicho la NASA, es el costo. Entonces con SpaceX y su Starship la idea es reducir esos costos y hacer acoples fuera de lo que es la Tierra, el planeta. Por eso esta misión es tan clave, y van a hacer las pruebas esas con el Orión, para ver si más adelante en el futuro, cuando SpaceX o Origin tengan desarrolladas ya sus naves y se usen para lo que es tratar de formar una base lunar. Dice Rubén, no interesa mucho por acá. No, Rubén, no, la verdad que no. Es una pena, ¿no? Es una pena. Porque es algo gratis, es algo muy interesante, es algo cultural, es algo que nutre la mente, que te hace salir un poco de esa rutina que tenemos.
The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here.
Voy a ver si escucho un poquito más y veo si hay alguna otra información, alguna novedad para transmitir.
We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, you know, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets, you know, the Space Force helps us out with this one, but, you know, we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other, you know, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked about, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport, and so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket.
Bueno, las novedades que hay es que hay un problema. Rubén, tenemos un problema. Hay un problema en el FTS que vendría a ser el Flight Termination System, que es un sistema de seguridad que lo que hace es controlar el desvío del cohete. O sea, mejor dicho, se activa cuando el cohete se desvía. Si el cohete pierde el trayecto, pierde el control y se desvía, ese sistema se activa. Y entonces evita que el cohete caiga en una zona habitable y, bueno, por supuesto que haga un desmadre, como dijeron los mexicanos. Y al parecer hay problemas en eso, pero bueno, todavía no está definido que sea un problema que vaya a cancelar la misión, pero sí, al parecer tenemos un problema con eso. Tienen un problema con eso, pero no significa que se vaya a cancelar. Probablemente puede haber sido un error de lectura o algo que pueden solucionarlo. Pero no estamos hablando de un problema mínimo, ¿no? Estamos hablando de algo muy delicado.
My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement, and that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean, and that was it. Like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. Just it's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, you know, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, you know, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I mean, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the end down to Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old.
Tenemos al primer
the Challenger accident happened, and it helped me understand
hombre de color, podríamos decir. Yo no sé YouTube que la historia de cada tripulante para conectar un poquito con ellos. Recuerden que es el primer hombre.
With those college students that I saw on TV.
No sé cómo decirlo sin dañar las normas de YouTube. El primer hombre de color que va hasta la luna. También tenemos a la primera mujer, la mujer con el récord de mayor permanencia en la estación internacional.
Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity.
¿Qué tal, Urco Lara? Todavía para esperar.
What we do, this is very serious.
Bienvenido
and it's very risky. And we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis II, that's something to really be excited about.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn
Bueno, acá ahora tenemos lo que le decía hoy, la primera mujer que va a viajar a lo que es hacia la luna. Recuerden que no a alunizar, sino a orbitar la luna. Ella tiene el récord, es la mujer con más tiempo en la estación espacial, unos 370 días.
The vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many.
Bueno, les vuelvo a recordar que hace un ratito hubo una noticia de que había problemas en el FTS. Les vuelvo a explicar lo que es el FTS, es el Flight Termination System. O sea, el sistema de terminación de vuelo del cohete. Y lo que hace ese sistema es evitar un accidente. Básicamente lo que hace es que cuando el cohete se desvía del rumbo y hay algún problema, lo que hace es evitar que el cohete se dispare hacia una zona poblada, por ejemplo, y termine explotando en lo que es una ciudad o algo parecido. Y hace un ratito en la transmisión dijeron que había problemas con el FTS. Así que no han cancelado el vuelo, pero hay posibilidades de que el vuelo se cancele.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario.
Bueno, acá ahora tenemos al primer canadiense, o mejor dicho, el primer hombre que no va a ser americano en ir hacia la luna. Leí un artículo por ahí también que decía que, bueno, los astronautas tienen permitido llevar su celular, lo cual van a poder filmar videos, sacar fotos, mucha información, mucha multimedia con el tema de los celulares, así que eso va a estar muy bueno. Seguramente también lleven alguna GoPro. Así que hoy en día, con toda la tecnología que hay, todo lo que son las cámaras, celulares, seguramente vamos a tener tomas nunca vistas. Van a poder sacar fotos de lo que son los cráteres. Van a pasar por el lado oculto de la luna, que ahí va a ser cuando van a estar incomunicados. To figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon, with an eye to eventually going to Mars. As we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view. Bueno, recuerden que en esa pequeña imagen que tienen en la derecha son imágenes reales, ¿sí? Imágenes reales del Apolo 11. Que estamos repasando a medida que vamos esperando lo que es el lanzamiento. Vamos repasando también lo que fue en su momento la preparación y el despegue del Apolo 11. Los invito también a que participen en la votación. Si tienen alguna pregunta también son bienvenidos. Si tienen alguna idea para publicar también alguna votación también. Ahí tenemos una hermosa toma de la base con todo preparado, ya el combustible cargado.
This great jib shot that we have from our camera here, showing all the interest that we have here at the press site. And actually, even to the right of us, so camera left, no, sorry.
Voy a checar un poquito para no robar tanta imagen, tanta...
people there, set up with their own tents, broadcasting to their own viewers. And so again, just really cool to see everybody wanting to share in this moment.
Yeah, that's, I mean, how many media tents we can see from here. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I think it's important to share this message with the whole world.
Yeah. And so let's take a look now at people who are watching in other parts of the country. We have this shot here from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh man, look
Just
at that.
kidding. Museum of Flight, Seattle, Washington. So sorry. Hello to you over there. Sorry, I thought that you were in Alabama. But here you are from Seattle, Washington. Again, the Museum of Flight. They must have had a special event to bring people there to watch, as well as a special event here. Now, correctly, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, they would have a lot of people here, and I'm sure this crowd will grow when we get closer to launch. Marshall, the home of the SLS rocket.
Yes. Yeah, this is a great shot. You can see all the people there, and obviously you've got.
Bueno, ahí tenemos una imagen del museo.
Now they know, yeah, now they know. They're on the
Un lugar hermoso. He visto imágenes, he visto videos de gente que ha ido ahí. Es un lugar soñado. Hay componentes reales de otros viajes, del Apolo. Un momento épico. Qué hermoso sería estar ahí. Ahí están saludando a la cámara, se ve que les avisaron que bueno, que están
are taking quite a circuitous route to be able to bring those live views in from Seattle as well as Alabama, but we're glad that we can be able to share it with you in the broadcast now. And so why are we going to the moon? Why does NASA want to build a moon base there? Here's Megan Carter again with our moon board.
Bueno, ahí tenemos un contraste de lo que es hoy en día de la torre de lanzamiento, y tenemos el contraste de lo que fue el Apolo 11.
So obviously this is not going to be a landing as we've discussed. They are going to be coming with 4,000 to 6,000 feet around the moon's surface, and this is going to connect us directly to our past. Those Apollo missions did have 6 lunar landings, and the Artemis campaign is looking to build on that past by going back to the moon, staying longer, and then going farther. So how are we going to do that and why?
Bueno, ahí tenemos lo que decía hoy, de que va a estar cerca.
That lunar south pole, and we are focused specifically on the far side of the moon for this one for a specific reason. You might have guessed we're going to be looking for some resources, especially, and that's going to be water or water ice. That is going to be giving us some really critical pieces for future missions. And as you can see here, we have identified 9 potential landing zones. So this is going to be a critical objective for our crew. Depending on when they launch, it will determine what is going to be visible. But we do have these 9 landing zones right here around the Shackleton crater. And as you can see here, a lot of that area is deep and dark, and that is where we are going to be looking for that water ice, because that is obviously going to give us not just water to drink, but as we know, that can actually be converted into our propellant potentially, that hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to make the moon a critical place for that moon base.
Del agua congelada que puede haber, que en teoría hay en esas zonas, no agua para beber, sino agua para lo que puede significar el sistema de propulsión.
You're going to test things out a little bit closer to home before you go out on that adventure. And that kind of goes for us as well. So the moon is going to be critical for us in the future steps towards our lunar landings, and then also for going farther on to Mars in the future. It's going to set us up for that deep space exploration, and we can't wait to see what they see once they get to that flyby. But for now, we are, like I said, getting closer. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Exciting stuff. Again, the idea of accomplishing a moon base, like as we've been saying, sometimes things just seem like science fiction, and it's amazing that we're making it science fact.
Yes, yeah, we're going back. We're going to scout it out, and then on the future Artemis missions, we're going to put boots back on the moon for the first time in over half a century. But we're going to stay, and we're going to learn from the moon, and we're going to, as Megan talked about, the water ice, and harness that resource, and not only learn from the moon about Earth and about the solar system, but also figure out how we get to Mars from the moon.
And so what we're seeing now back inside the White Room with the closeout team, they are removing basically fixtures that protected the crew module hatch while they did work around it, right, Nicole?
Yep. Yeah, so anytime that you're moving around and working, there are some sensitive sensors and parts of the crew module that we don't want to kick or bump into, and so it's easier to just put a guard up while you're working in there and then take it down later.
And so this is a visual cue for us that the team is getting ready to close the last hatch, again, the launch abort system hatch. Can you tell us about what the LAS is?
Yeah, so launch abort system, this is, we have the crew module, And then what sits out basically on top of the crew module is the launch abort system, and it has its own motors, so that we'll arm it about 5 minutes prior to launch, and then it stays with the crew module until about the Kármán line, so that 100-kilometer
Bueno, les recuerdo que estamos viendo imágenes en vivo de la NASA, oficiales de la NASA, mientras vemos cómo van preparando, como el equipo está trabajando ahí, y tenemos abajo, en la esquina inferior derecha, lo que fue el lanzamiento del Apolo 11, para ir contrastando un poquito de lo que es cada misión. Ambas imágenes oficiales, por supuesto.
And it looks like they're putting all these parts that they're removing from around the crew module hatch into a bag, because they have to take this out with them once they leave the pad, right?
Yes, yeah, we don't want anything left up there in the white room, and especially because that crew access arm will move away from the capsule and the rocket, and so we want an empty white room, no FOD like we talked about,
pregunten alguna duda si tienen. Yo ya he hablado bastante de lo que es la nave, la misión, pero podemos repasar un poquito más de vuelta. Bueno, ahí tenemos la cuenta atrás de lo que fue el Apolo 11, 36 minutos, y acá en la cuenta atrás de lo que es el lanzamiento del Artemis II tenemos 1 hora y media.
Yeah, that's just a duct to provide some cooling air and some breathing air to the crew and the closeout crew while they're in there.
That's actually a good point, yeah. And so as we continue to watch the crew prepare to close the launch abort system hatch, why don't we take a look at the crew's mission patch? Now, crews have designed their official mission patches since the Gemini 5 launch in 1965. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they really wanted to play on the abbreviation of Artemis II to all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis program, but also a mission to explore for all, by all. The crew chose the iconic Earthrise photo for a reason. It was taken by the Apollo 8 crew in 1968, the first crew to ever fly around the moon. The mission was to prove teams then were ready to land on the moon the same way Artemis II hopes to fly around the moon ahead of a lunar landing with Artemis IV. This time, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, to stay on the moon and pave the way to Mars.
Yeah, we talk about incremental steps, right? And so Artemis II is very similar to Apollo 8
in terms of that increment.
They're going to fly around the moon.
El interior de la nave Orion.
The Artemis program for landing on the moon, but also with a nod towards the fact that we do this for all humanity. And I love the thoughtfulness and how much they, how much importance they put on their patch design.
Another camera angle of inside the Orion spacecraft.
Preciosa cámara del Orion.
We might be able to see Rise, but I think it's right behind Reed's foot there.
And so to orient people again, so basically we have Christina in your upper right hand, Christina in your upper left hand corner. Then you have Jeremy below her. And then the feet you're seeing, those are Reed's feet. And then next to him, the upper right hand corner, that is Victor, who's unfortunately hidden by Reed's feet, but again, that is the orientation of the crew inside Orion right now.
Qué linda toma esta, hermosa.
Now, earlier this week, the crew got to stick their patch on a wall just outside the suit-up room. You can play that video there now. You can see that crews have been doing this as part of a pre-flight tradition again. Wow, Reed just making sure that thing won't come off. And so now Victor is signing there, followed by Christina, and then Jeremy. That's a fun tradition, and your patch is up there too.
It is, yeah, ours is on the left-hand side there. Yeah, it's a fun tradition. This is a really fun day too. They did this a couple days ago, but it's just another step that makes it a little bit more real that you're going to be launching soon.
Again, we talked a little bit about this before. The basically like a computer there on Jeremy's leg. a way for him to just check out the data, see some of the data that also Reed and Victor are getting to see, but in those much bigger displays for Orion.
Right, yeah, it's basically a tablet on his leg, and it's actually plugged into a cord nearby that allows him to have a screen repeater so he can see what they're looking at.
And it looks like he's taking notes.
Bueno, para los que se van conectando a poquito, porque van entrando y saliendo, les comento que tenemos en vivo las imágenes oficiales de la NASA del Artemis II, viendo recién, ahí estamos viendo los tripulantes ya colocados en la nave de Orión, y luego abajo tenemos en la esquina derecha inferior tenemos imágenes de lo que fue el Apolo 11 en el lanzamiento, para ir contrastando un poquito lo que fue ese Apolo, ese viaje del Apolo 11 con lo que es el Artemis II. Bueno, yo me voy a retirar unos minutitos y vuelvo en un momento. Voy dejando un poco también ambas transmisiones de lo que es el Apolo 11 y lo que es el Artemis 2. Mientras ven estas tomas. Y los invito a ir comentando, a ir sacándose sus dudas. Si alguien tiene dudas, recuerden que esto no es un alunizaje, sino que es un vuelo orbital, y es el primer paso para lo que va a ser la construcción de una base lunar, seguramente con ayuda de SpaceX y de Jeff Bezos.
It takes unity to accomplish great things, and that's what this mission's all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way, and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team.
One team.
One team.
One dream.
What I really like about that package is, again, just reminding people that this is spurring so many jobs across the country.
Yeah, across the country and across the world, right? The whole world has a part of this. The Artemis Accords are signed by over 40, 50 different countries. And so, yeah, we're taking all of the taxpayers' money and we're putting it right back into the jobs here in the U.S.
And the money, too. You know, when we have more disposable income because we have good paying jobs, that's money that goes back into our economy as disposable income. So really, it is just an ecosystem that NASA is proud to be a part of.
Right. And not only is it about the money and the economy, right, but it's also about the science and what we're going to learn and exploration. You know, we, on top of all of those things, we benefit the economy as well.
Obviously, Nicole is a wealth of knowledge. We're very lucky to have her. We're going to be tapping into that knowledge throughout the broadcast, and we have been for now close to 4 hours. So thank you, Nicole. I hope you're holding up okay.
Yeah, I'm loving it out here. It's been great.
Let's learn a little bit more about Nicole. Her first mission to space was actually last March. She launched from here at Kennedy Space Center as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And what a beautiful launch that was. She spent 148 days in space conducting science experiments that could benefit us on Earth. For example, one studied the physics of liquids, which could help researchers deliver medicines more effectively. She also conducted an almost 6-hour spacewalk to help upgrade the orbiting lab's power system. Nicole is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force and flew one of its most advanced aircraft. She was born in San Diego, California, and is a twin. That's a cute photo of the two of you. Oh, that one too.
Young explorers, yeah.
Yes, yes. That's so great to just see how far you've come. Again, I think that speaks to what we've been saying. Like, you know, just if you're passionate about something, go for it and see where that takes you.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. You know, I was a serious little kid with really high goals and, you know, just kept working hard and never got bumped up the path and ended up here. And, you know, I think it's a testament to the human, like we talked about, you know, if you're willing to work hard, be a good team player, you can really get anywhere you want in life. And that's what I love to talk about. Christina has mentioned similar things. And so it's been kind of a theme for the day.
Yeah, definitely a theme for the day, a theme for the team. The team has said the same, the crew has said the same sort of things. So absolutely, Nicole, thank you so much for being here. And hopefully only a little bit more until launch today.
Hopefully.
So today's Artemis II test flight will mark only the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And then controlling the flight will be Mission Control in Houston. Our Gary Jordan is inside with flight controllers. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan, you are right. This is a significant milestone, and we may be putting the names of a few more astronauts in the history books today. The Artemis II crew is set to launch today will join a select list of humans to fly in a spacecraft for the very first time. And Artemis II, like missions before it, is a test mission. During ascent, the crew and the teams here in the room are prepared for a variety of scenarios. Some of these will be called out directly by Capcom's Stan Love during ascent, and some are a little more subtle. These calls can be split into two categories: alternate main engine cutoff or MECO targets and aborts. First, there are 2 alternate MECO targets, or AMTs. These note milestones to give flight control teams and astronauts an idea of what would happen after that moment should the core stage lose one of the main engines. First is AMT low. You won't hear it called out by the crew or Capcom since this happens right at liftoff. If the core stage loses one engine at this moment, an abort once around option could be made at main engine cutoff, meaning the crew could target a splashdown in the Pacific. The second is AMT high, which would be called out by Capcom's Stan Love around 22 seconds. After this moment, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still pursue an alternate mission in low Earth orbit to accomplish some of the test objectives. And at about 5 minutes, 16 seconds into the flight, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This is a good moment. After this point, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still make a nominal main engine cutoff and pursue a moon mission as expected. Again, these MECO targets give the flight control teams and crew an idea of what lies ahead should one main engine be lost, but assumes we are otherwise continuing to a main engine cutoff target. This differs from an abort, where the Orion capsule separates from the Space Launch System prior to the planned separation time. There are abort options at every moment that integrity is attached to the Space Launch System, from the pad to more than 3 hours into the mission. During the first 8 or so minutes of powered flight, there are 3 abort options. First is the use of the launch abort system, which you see at the very top of the rocket and here in the White Room where the hatch is open and teams are working to close it. This particular abort capability can be used from here at the pad through roughly 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the flight. Next is an untargeted abort splashdown, or UAS. This uses Orion's service module engines to escape the SLS and becomes available immediately after the launch abort system jettisons. Third is an abort once around, or AOA. You'll hear Capcom Stan Love call AOA open around 7 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. This also uses the service module engines, but the burn profile is a bit different to aim for a splashdown in the Pacific after one trip around the Earth. NASA's expedited recovery teams are staged off the coast of San Diego to get to the crew and integrity quickly for this abort option. An AOA option continues to be available until solar arrays are deployed on the Orion service module a little more than 30 minutes into the mission. At this point, an abort to orbit, or ATO option, becomes available until separation from the upper stage around 3 hours and 23 minutes. Mission profiles can vary depending on when an ATO is executed in that window, but with power being drawn from solar arrays, it buys more time for astronauts and flight control teams to make decisions and stay in Earth orbit, return for a splashdown, or continue to the moon. The Artemis II crew and flight control teams are well trained on all of these scenarios, and the calls you'll hear to the crew on Orion to Earth may help them be in a ready state for whatever challenge may come their way. At this time, we're not tracking any significant issues here in mission control in Houston, Texas. That would be showstoppers for today's launch. We're continuing to, of course, monitor the countdown along the way and make sure all systems are go for when we reach T0. With that, I'll send it back to you, Megan, at the Kennedy Space Center.
All right, we are ready for another reading if you are ready over there.
Yes, sir. CBA is steady at 2,600 PSI.
All right, copy that. And you know, the more times we ask you to do that, the closer we get to launch, so that's a good thing.
Copy.
You heard it there from NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. The more that they keep on asking her how the pressure is holding in the counterbalance assembly mechanism is a good thing, because it means we are getting closer to launch. So that's amazing news over the loops that we just heard on Orion to Earth 1. Again, that communication channel with the crew. But now I want to get back over to Daryl with the launch team. He has an update now on the flight termination system that the team was tracking.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak. I stand by 1 second.
That the team was tracking.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak. Okay. Sorry about that. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range. And the good news is the range is go. So we reported that they were working to verify their equipment regarding the FTS system. And they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go. Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint. And so you combine that with the fact that the rocket and the ground systems here also working, no constraints, clear board here is great news. So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown. We got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center. Those showers had passed over Kennedy, and then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here. But to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're also hearing that the last hatch closure, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen, they're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are two hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch, and the closeout crew that you see right there, right on time with their work as they go to shut. And you can see it in motion right now, that launch abort system hatch. That's the latest from the firing room. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Great news all around. And yes, we did just see them close the last hatch. And now we are looking at a live view of Banana Creek. Lots of people there, I'm sure, relieved to hear that that issue with the flight termination system has been resolved. And we are go for launch. Go for launch from the range, go for weather, and go from all of them, I would imagine.
Yes, it's got to be exciting. The crowd is building. And as Daryl said, you can start to see the sun poking out here, and we can see all the clouds are moving north and moving away from us. So it's all good news.
And so as we know, we have our Leah Martin down there at the Banana Creek viewing location, and she's standing by with some other guests.
Hey, Megan, I don't know if you heard that huge cheer just now. If you heard a big rumble, as soon as Daryl said that the range was clear for launch, everybody clapped. It was super excited as we get to do some final countdowns. Standing next to me, I have Hudson and Maddox, the son of brothers here. And I asked you a little bit earlier, how excited are you to be here for launch? What did you say?
I'm very excited. It's our mom's birthday, and you know,
not a better way to celebrate right now. I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? Would you say?
11. Yeah, 11. I'm very excited. Super excited. Yeah.
So, Megan, we've been watching the launch broadcast here and hearing some of the questions that you and Nicole have been asking and answering. And I actually wanted to ask these two kids, if you could take a 10-day trip around the moon and take 3 people with you, who'd you take with you?
Well, I'd take my dad and my mom. And I mean, I don't know, probably my best friend. I'd just say one of my friends, you know.
Oh, one of your friends. So brother got left out. Who would you take?
That was just what I was thinking. My dad and my mom and my best friend.
That's a pretty good answer. Your brother can get his own trip to space, right? Yeah. So I'm actually joined here also by Dad. Now, you were sharing with me that a lot of the work that you've been doing over the last several months has been prepping the launch teams, our engineering teams, our ground systems teams, to get ready for launch, to be mindful and to be in this moment. How does it feel to be standing here knowing that the people you've worked so closely with are doing what they're passionate about, or doing what they were born to do, moments away from launching this rocket?
I mean, this is an exceptionally happy moment for us and all of us and the people that are, you know, about to take off on this historic trip here. And I'm grateful to know that we've helped in some way, shape, or form to help them stay steady and calm, you know, in such an exciting time within the agency. And so to just be here and witness it and know that, you know, they've got some tools to help them stay calm and steady is everything to us. So.
Fantastic. Well, Megan, we are standing by ready to go, and we're ready to cheer this team on.
Thanks so much, guys. And yes, Leo, we did hear that cheer. That was very exciting. I think the vibe over there is they're celebrating, they're having fun. And here, once they heard that we're go for launch, everybody had to run back to the camera and work. It's a little bit of a different vibe, but I definitely think that people are excited, especially as we see now live inside of the White Room at the launch pad. The closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them, I think all of them, except for one. I think it took 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close, and then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
Right, yeah, we talked about how heavy the crew module hatch is. This hatch is just as heavy probably, and so, you know, they're working the closure here. And working those connections, and you can see, yeah, there's still 3, 4, 5 people that we can see in the White Room. It takes a lot of people to get this these hatches closed and this rocket ready to launch.
Mm-hmm. And so the next step in the countdown is that this team will start closing out the White Room. So
ahora sí, volví, gente, estaba hablando con el audio cortado. Bueno, vemos que están cerrando la escotilla, están terminando de cerrar la escotilla, perdón. Momento épico. Esto se está poniendo bueno. Vemos ahí como los técnicos ya están terminando. Me da mucha intriga saber cómo será esa escotilla. Estará diseñada para que aguante toda esa presión que tiene que aguantar.
Yeah, we had a moment, we talked a little bit about my fear of heights, but most of our crew is afraid of heights.
Me intriga, muchas cosas de esa escotilla. Pero bueno, ahí ya vemos que están cerrando.
No crew access arm, and
Mientras seguimos viendo ahí en el cuadro chiquito lo que es lo que fue el Apolo 11 en su momento. Bueno, ahí ¿qué pasó? Nos corrieron la cámara. Nos cortaron la transmisión del cierre de escotilla. Bueno, no sé. Quién sabe por qué habrán hecho eso, pero bueno. Recuerden que la tripulación ya está hace un buen rato en la nave de Orion.
Their procedures.
You can see they're covering the ends of those hoses. That's to protect those hoses from FOD. So we don't want any dirt or anything to get into those while we transport them and stow them. So you can see Andre there working to close out the hoses as well while they're cleaning.
Por ahora no se ha suspendido, así que
tape that close. You just saw number 5.
Seguimos esperando.
Holding some tools. Again, we'll stow those away. You have to account for everything. Obviously, you know, they did have tools out, they did have procedures, paper, notes out, like all of that has to go.
Yes, and you can even see on number 3's hat, he's got a string that's connected to his
Creo que lo que hicieron fue correr la cámara, no cambiar de toma. Sí, corrieron la cámara. No sé por qué corrieron la cámara, pero bueno.
You don't want to lose a single thing in the white room. So everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
The crew now, another live
bueno, ahí
view
tenemos
of them inside Orion.
La toma de los pilotos,
Jeremy,
de la tripulación.
And Reed and Victor on the right side of your screen. What do you think they're thinking right now, Nicole?
Oh man, just over an hour to launch. You know, there's probably a little bit of a lull right now. Monitoring some systems, but you can see Reed's got his feet crossed, so I think just trying to relax and, you know, pass the time by maybe thinking through the items that they're going to monitor through the launch, you know, the different jobs that each of them have throughout the launch, and once they get to orbit, you know, this first day on orbit is actually really busy for them. They've got, you know, 2 burns that they have to monitor, they've got to get the system set up, and they've got to get the cabin set up, so there's a lot going on in the next 24 hours for this crew. I think they've got a couple sections where they get to take a nap, but I don't think they get a full night's rest for quite some time, so
yeah,
you know, going through what's next.
And so as we say that, I mean, imagine what it would be like to live in a spacecraft for 10 days. Let's take a look at what life will be like in Orion.
Bueno, bienvenidos a los nuevos usuarios algún nuevo usuario que se haya conectado. No sé si Rubén está por ahí. Rubén, ¿estás por ahí todavía? Urco Lara, ¿seguís por ahí? Espero que sí, si no, bueno, no hay problema. Un gusto haber compartido con ustedes. Bienvenidos a algún otro nuevo usuario que se conecte.
My name is Susan Baggerman, and I'm the Chief Health and Performance Officer for the Orion program and the Artemis II mission. And this is 10 days in Orion. For this mission, the crew will launch in the Orion spacecraft on top of the Space Launch System rocket, or the SLS rocket. Once they've launched and achieved orbit, they'll continue on checking out many of the different critical Orion systems, check out some of the critical medical systems, and be sure that we understand how the crew would do that successfully within the volume of Orion. We also have, of course, systems to feed the crew. They have a potable water dispenser that they'll check out.
Bueno, ahí estamos viendo un poquito las imágenes de cómo van a sobrevivir esos 10 días en la nave, los 4 tripulantes.
The crew perform some initial exercises. Part of that is to ensure that the flywheel is actually working, but part of
Mientras, bueno, vemos el lanzamiento del Apolo 11, lo que fue aquel lanzamiento en su época hace más de 50 años. Y vamos viendo un poquito el paralelismo de lo que es el recuerdo del Apolo 11 con el cohete. Recuerden que este cohete es diferente, son 2 SLS más el tanque. Vendría a ser como el mismo cohete que usaba el transbordador.
I'm interested in the space food. So Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy have a pretty big menu to choose from, so that's really cool. We're actually going to pull up a graphic now that kind of shows you some of the food.
Y nos falta una hora para el lanzamiento del Artemis.
We know of more than 10 types of beverages. There's coffee, a mango peach smoothie, apple cider, lemonade. So those all sound delicious. And now I've just remembered I haven't eaten lunch.
They're actually not too bad. I actually have a mango peach smoothie with me today.
No way.
Yeah. So you can see they come in.
Bueno, hoy en día vamos a tener imágenes muchísimo más claras, de muchísima más calidad. Ven que ahí lo que estamos viendo es el Apolo 11.
And so this is the packaging. This is food that you brought up with you, or that you had while you were at the ISS.
Yes, yeah. Actually, this is all food that we have available to us on the standard, what we call the standard menu on the space station. And so, actually, the graphic there showed quite a bit of the standard menu that they're going to take with them. So, space food is space food. Yeah, we can.
Es increíble ver que estamos viendo lo que va a ser en una hora el lanzamiento del Artemis II, pero a la vez estamos viendo en la parte derecha lo que fue el Apolo 11 en su momento.
I have some shrimp cocktail here that's irradiated, so it's in a package that protects it. I'll show you. I've got a brownie too. That's probably my favorite one. But
are we eating it?
We might, if you're.
Yes. Look, see, they want us to eat. I don't know what happened, but it worked out.
Yeah.
What we were saying here.
So it's in an outer package to help protect it against radiation, and then it's in this inner package. And so this cosmic brownie, actually, the trick, Anne McLean, my crewmate, taught me. The trick is you got to put this in the food warmer and get it nice and warm, and then you can get it. But so what we do is we just take scissors and you open it up, and then it comes right out. So these brownies are nice because they don't have a ton of crumbs, and so you can actually just eat it pretty easily in space. If you imagine, that would not happen in space.
It
would not fall. But yeah, so we've got all sorts of things that you can actually eat. The menu's pretty good and pretty diverse on the space station, and then as you saw, pretty diverse for Orion.
Nice. Yeah, that's amazing. And again, here's a look at the crowd that's starting to continue to grow here as we get closer and closer to launch. We are now under an hour from the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And so let's take some questions from social media. We haven't taken some of those for a while. You put that brownie away, Nicole, or I'm going to steal it. Nicole, we have another celebrity who submitted a question. Let's take a look.
Okay.
A quick question for the Artemis crew. What food from Earth would you bring with you into space? And why would it be lasagna? Because that's the greatest food.
Again, not really a question.
Yeah.
Because he was like, it's lasagna.
It's got to be lasagna. There is lasagna on Space Station, and it wasn't too bad. Probably not my favorite food of all, but yeah, lasagna's not a bad option. It's a high-calorie meal. If you're trying to, carb load for a spacewalk or something, it's a great option.
Yeah, I remember Christina saying that her favorite food on the menu, and actually, she was saying that she was getting in trouble because people kept on saying, you can't eat mac and cheese every day, Christina.
We mentioned the mac and cheese and brisket earlier. Man, I would put those two on a tortilla. That would be great.
That sounds delicious, delicious. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for sending in those questions. For everyone from a 5-year-old that we got a question from to all the way to Roy Woods Jr. there, a comedian. So thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we are counting down to liftoff of Artemis II. You see a beautiful aerial shot there of our rocket on the pad. For the first time in more than 50 years, we are sending humans to fly around the moon and back, and we're taking you all of you with us on this next chapter of human spaceflight. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. Great to have you here, Nicole.
Yes, this has been a beautiful day. Excited. We're continuing to march towards this launch.
Yeah, and if all goes as planned, this crew could travel farther from Earth than any other humans before them and see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes on. How exciting.
Yes. Exciting is an understatement, I think.
That's true.
We're going to see the far side of the moon for the first time by humans in a long time. It's important.
And as the crowd again builds behind us, more activity that you're seeing here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. We also have a ton of people gathering around the world to watch this history-making moment. So let's take a look at those watch parties now.
Oh.
That crowd has grown. We checked with them probably like 30 minutes ago, and it was half that. But again, as we get closer and closer to launch, we are seeing more and more people gather together, wanting to experience this together and not just in a vacuum at home, you know?
Yes, this is so exciting. Look at all of those people. Man.
And now here we are back in Seattle, the Museum of Flight. Again, people gathered there to show their kid. We see someone walking in the second row there. His first crewed launch to the moon. How exciting.
That is exciting.
Hello, everyone. Oh, that's so great. And now let's get you up to speed on what's happened so far. Again, we are now within an hour of the opening of our launch window. So what has been happening so far today? Well, a lot. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, our Artemis II crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. Teams helped them into their custom Orion crew survival suits, and just like other crews before them, they gathered around a table for a card game to pass the time, but to also burn off any lingering bad luck before they walked in the footsteps of every NASA astronaut launching from Kennedy Space Center since Apollo 7 in 1968. They walked outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building to greet a crowd of family, friends, supporters before getting into their Astrovan for their security-escorted ride out to historic Launch Complex 39B. They got a close-up look at the SLS rocket, then walked across the crew access arm and climbed one by one inside their Orion spacecraft. After that, teams conducted final checks with the crew before closing both hatches, the crew module hatch, as well as what you're seeing there, the launch abort system hatch. And now we are back live at the pad where the closeout crew is getting ready to leave the White Room. They are now tethered, Nicole, because they are about to move some pieces that connect the Orion spacecraft to the White Room, correct?
Yes, there's kind of what I would call a shroud. You can see them working that there. So it is actually connected, so that way the gap between the crew access arm and the crew module, and well, I guess that's the LAS there, is covered. But they're about to remove that so that the crew access arm is not connected to the rocket in any way, so that it can retract here in the next few minutes.
And for how we're looking with the launch countdown milestones, let's go to Daryl Nail in the Launch Control Center.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And as you can see there, the finishing touches, as you've been talking about, to the LAS, which brings me to that subject, because we currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the two LAS batteries is out of range, and although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the two batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself. So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching as we speak. With regards to the weather, we did get some good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is great news. Again, 90% go. That is up from the 80% that we started when we had the first weather forecasts come out officially 3 days ago. And so that is great. And for anybody who's here in the launch area knows that is certainly viewable. They can see that by just looking up. So we're getting some good clearing as forecast. And then just a reminder for those people who are watching the launch from the nearby area that if you're watching on an internet-enabled device, just remember that there may be a little bit of a delay. Can't tell you how much of a delay, but since it's on an internet device, sometimes this broadcast might be a little behind what you're actually seeing. So just keep that in mind as you are watching. Don't wait to the last second to run outside if you're inside your RV or your camper or your house. That's the latest here from the firing room. Of course, we'll keep track of that last battery issue. I'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Two of them there had to be tethered to the inside of the white room, because obviously now we have detached the white room from the Orion spacecraft.
Yes, that view is quite something.
Yeah, spectacular. Yep. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forgot. Nicole's scared of heights. An astronaut afraid of heights is actually not uncommon, as we've learned today. But yes, so obviously, again, things proceeding as we march closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the closeout crew just finishing up those last couple of things they have to do before leaving the white room and then leaving the pad, leaving only the 4 Artemis II crew members inside the spacecraft by themselves at the pad.
Yeah, and then we'll be curious to follow the battery issue on the last as well. I think sometimes it's just a sensor issue, sometimes it's a battery issue. So hopefully they figure that out quickly.
Mm-hmm. And so if we can take a shot of the crew inside the capsule, if one's available, why don't we talk a little bit more about each of them? So we have Artemis II Commander Reed Wiseman, Baltimore native, and he's actually, you see his feet in that shot there from inside Orion. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, as well as astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to December 2022. His 2 daughters were out to wave goodbye to him as he made his way to the launch pad. And again, there's Reed's feet. Reed is the one sitting in the seat to the right, closest to our camera there. So looks like he's relaxed by the body language of his feet.
Yeah, I think they're kind of in a holding pattern, if you will, or a waiting period. So it makes sense that he's a little bit relaxed. He's also kind of just a relaxed person in general. He's wicked smart, but has a demeanor that keeps everybody calm. And so I think we're seeing that here today.
And so in this shot, Reed is the one sitting on the left, and to his right, Artemis II pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013, and at the time he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space, November 2020, pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. So again, he probably feels pretty at home in the pilot seat of Artemis II.
Yeah, I think he does.
He got to say goodbye to his wife and 4 kids. Again, those were the family that he had here at Kennedy Space Center before the 4 of them drove out to the pad.
Yeah, and you can see there, we talked about Victor's energy earlier, and you can see him working through, pushing some buttons on the displays. Looked like he was pulling up a procedure, so he's following along and ready to go, looks like.
And then Mission specialist Christina Cook, sitting on the upper left-hand corner of the screen there, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, same class as Victor, served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. During that time, she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. How cool. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing,
and
community
CDR,
service, yoga, and photography.
Go ahead, NCD.
There's a couple of suppressed overvolt messages. We're going to go ahead and clear those off your screen.
We see them and we copy.
All right.
NASA test director.
We're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close, and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NTD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
NASA test director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones, like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for a week. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. He has a wife and 3 children. And he's the one that you see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know, I'm trying to see what he's doing there. Christina's looking too. And so there is your Artemis II crew inside the Orion spacecraft. And this is actually the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're wondering about the first 6 crewed test flights, here they are. Gemini 3, Gus Grissom, John Young, March 23, 1965. Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, October 11, 1968. Space Transportation System, or STS-1, John Young, Robert Crippen, April 12, 1981. Then NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020, followed by NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, June 5th, 2024. And now, Artemis II with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. It is really surprising, honestly, to hear that through all these decades, through all these launches we've had, this is only our 7th new vehicle that we're testing for crew.
Yeah, you know, we have so many different missions that we think about and we talk about, but really 7 vehicles that we've tested and that we're flying. You know, I like to think of spaceflight really as a permanent test, right? We have, you know, hundreds of missions or so. You know, an airplane that gets tested and then flown has thousands of data points. And so really spaceflight is always going to be in the test field. And I think it's important to remember that, especially as we put humans on rockets that we never have before, or for the 7th time we start a new vehicle and a new mission.
Just getting word now that White Room closeouts are complete, and so the closeout crew is preparing to leave the pad.
It's exciting stuff. We are making good time, and the closeout crew is doing really well.
41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting until the opening of our window. And Artemis II is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth. It will be a critical step towards future lunar and Mars missions.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system and the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators that are excited to see what you can do when you work hard and you come together as a team.
When I think about the 4 of us flying around the far side of the moon, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. We know that Artemis II is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people, and you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals
and CDR NTD
to achieve them.
And so Mission Control Houston will control the flight of Orion after a liftoff here at Kennedy Space Center. Here's Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander in Orion.
Will do, Megan. I think that was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L- time and launch towards the beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress along the way. Again, I'm here with the Artemis II flight control teams in Mission Control Houston. The team in the room behind me has been monitoring the countdown and verifying their own mission-specific launch criteria of the Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft integrity, and its crew. During the final poll before launch, if all looks good from each of the flight controllers in this room, Flight Director Judd Freeling will report a go for launch from Houston Flight. Upon liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly on the Space Launch System. This phase of flight is highly dynamic, and each console position has a dedicated and important role of looking after critical systems. You'll hear calls from Capcom and NASA astronaut Stan Love in this room to the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment of the mission through splashdown. Here from the Johnson Space Center, we'll be streaming the mission live 24/7 so anyone can follow the crew's journey, take peeks inside the spacecraft, and share the experience of a lunar flyby with astronauts looking down at the moon's surface. Teams here have been rehearsing tirelessly in simulations to throw every conceivable and inconceivable scenario their way. We are ready and eager to begin the Artemis II mission. Still milestones to come as we continue the countdown, but we'll be right back with you during the ascent phase of today's flight. With that, Megan, I will send it back over to you at the Space Coast.
So much, Gary. Under 37 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. I've never been more excited for a time. But why don't we send it back over to Megan Carter with the moon board to learn more about what happens after ascent.
Absolutely. I am definitely also getting excited. Things feel like they're starting to pick up a little pace here. A lot is about to happen within the first 10 minutes of launch, but what happens after those first 10 minutes? Let me take you over here to my mission map so we can kind of jump ahead and let me explain a few things. So, our main engine cutoff is going to stand for MECO, and that is essentially where the rocket's job is done, and it is then going to turn the propulsion duties over to our ICPS. That stands for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. Don't try and say that too many times fast, but the ICPS is going to be right here, and that's our in-space propulsion. About 50 minutes into, after about 50 minutes into launch, it is going to conduct that first burn, and that's going to be the perigee raise maneuver. Essentially what that is going to do is going to raise the spacecraft from a lowest point of Earth just a little bit higher into space, and then they are going to conduct that nice path. It's going to set them on that nice circular path around the Earth. That's when they're going to start to be able to really check out this spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft is going to be able to, like we've talked about, be maneuvered by the crew. They're going to check out those life support systems, and communication checkout's going to be vital at that point as well, obviously. Then they will be conducting that another burn, and that's going to raise them just a little bit higher again. And then they will, it'll be about time for the ICPS to separate, and they will start another lap around the Earth as well. Now, the ICPS, but even after it separates, its job will not be done because they will have the opportunity to conduct something called the Proximity Operations Demonstration. And this is going to be really important for our future lunar missions because the ICPS actually has a target on it, and the crew is going to have the opportunity to manually maneuver these spacecraft like we've mentioned and practice those docking maneuvers. Now, obviously, they will not be docking for this mission, but that is again going to be critical for those lunar missions in the future. Now, all right, after that ICPS has separated and they've done that second lap, they're going to conduct 2 more burns. And what these burns are going to do is set them up to the high enough orbit and a fast enough speed in order to conduct the translunar injection. This is going to be that critical moment and that critical milestone where they are going to produce about 6,000 pounds of thrust. And this is that point that is going to take them out of low Earth orbit into deep space, and it's going to set them on that nice path towards that lunar flyby. And I know we have talked a little bit about why this could be a record-breaking flyby and journey to the moon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Megan so she can tell us just why.
Yeah, she's talking about the distance record set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. They were 248,655 miles away from Earth, and this Artemis II crew might surpass that on flight day 6 when they fly around the moon by more than 4,000 miles.
Yeah, it's a long ways. It's tough to fathom 250,000 miles from Earth, right? I mean, space, the space station is only 250 miles, and so we're going, I don't want to do the public math, but we're going much further than that. But it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want to see the surface. We want to see the far side of the moon. And the way we do that is by breaking distance records.
Yeah, and the exact distance record depends on exactly when they launch, like the time, the day. So we'll learn more as we go into this 10-day mission with the Artemis II crew. But here we are, 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the opening of our launch window. Feels really, really surreal here as more and more people come to gather on the press site lawn here at Kennedy Space Center. Why don't we take a look at this video that we have here? Some familiar faces who wanted to wish our Artemis II crew a safe journey.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you are the real deal. You're flying to the moon for all of us, and we are in awe. You're the true heroes.
You are not just astronauts. You are pioneers, venturing deeper into the unknown. But you are not alone. We will be all cheering you on from planet Earth.
Hey, I'm Victor Wembanyama, and I play basketball in the NBA. But I'm not only interested in shooting hoops. I'm also interested in shooting stars, dark matter, and all other types of astronomical phenomenon. And to the Artemis II astronauts who are shooting for the moon, I wish them good luck and Godspeed.
Hi everybody, I'm Ryan Gosling and I play a biologist who goes to space to save the planet in the film Project Hail Mary. But the Artemis II astronauts are going to space for real and they will travel farther from Earth than any humans in history. Sending all our best wishes to the Artemis II crew.
I just want to say how proud I am of each of you and how inspired you make me. But it's not just about me. Your mission is going to inspire future generations of scientists, engineers, athletes, and dreamers to do something that they never thought possible.
Hey, it's Roy Wood Jr., and I want to wish the Artemis II crew a happy and safe journey to the moon, well, around the moon, to go around. I know what you're doing. You got to look for a parking space. This is to go around the moon, make sure it's somewhere to park, and then you park journey. Good luck.
It's actually a really good way to explain what how this mission builds. Again, we are hoping to land astronauts on the surface of the moon in maybe 2 years. So yes, we are looking around the moon on this lunar flyby mission to see where we might park. Thank you, Roy Wood Jr. Okay, and as we look at this live view of the rocket on the pad, there is a spectacular place here at Kennedy Space Center to watch launch from, and that's the Banana Creek viewing area. Why don't we go back there where the crowd is excited, and Leah has the best assignment ever, talking to people who are super excited about being here for Artemis II.
Oh my gosh, Megan, you talk about the excitement being palpable. I'm telling you, everybody here on pins and needles as we get just about half an hour away from launch. I've been walking around talking to people, and I'm just struck again and again by how many people are here from across the agency. I want to introduce you to just a small portion of the people across NASA who have been supporting this mission.
Patty Ortiz, NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center, Orion program.
Orion.
Kathy Graves, Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
David Alexander, NASA Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
Jennifer Becerra, Johnson Space Center, the Office of STEM Engagement.
Here we go, right back here. Where are you from?
I'm from NASA Glenn Research Center, Joseph Panakitis.
Joseph, here we go.
Wes Furman from APL.
Maria Arredondo from Headquarters, Next Gen STEM.
Mark Robinson, Stennis Space Center, Commercial Space.
Amira Flores, Armstrong, Office of the STEM Engagement.
Molly Kearns, NASA Glenn, Space Communications and Navigation.
Matthew Pierce, Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York City.
Here we go, and right over here.
Lauren Ring, Ames Research Center, Data Integration.
So we're coming together. We're one big NASA team, one big...
I mean, wow. Yeah, that was great. I mean, just to hear everybody say their position, what they're doing to support this mission is amazing, and I'm sure this was something that really rang true and resonated with NASA's Administrator Jared Isaacman, again, to see the workforce come together to do the work and then to be here for launch. So why don't we actually go over to him now with our Jasmine Hopkins at one of our other viewing locations.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. The energy here on the balcony is honestly becoming electric as we get so close to launch, and now we are thrilled to welcome NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, we're really entering a golden age of exploration. How will Artemis II set the pace for the coming years?
Well, I mean, Artemis II is the opening act, right? This is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces. We'll go into Earth orbit for a little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending them, right? We're going to send them farther into space than any humans might have gone before, 250,000 miles away, and it's going to set up for the subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science and discovery right now, because you're going to see moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis 4 in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery and tech demonstrations that's going to support the enduring presence we're trying to create on the surface.
Absolutely. So honestly, history-making years ahead of us, you know, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here, bring our crew back, learn as much as we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis III in 2027.
Right, and Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis II inspires that next generation?
You know, I talk about this all the time. Like, one of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis II know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together to make this possible. My sincere appreciation for everyone who is currently working the mission right now, so getting them ready for launch, that will be watching over them in mission control, recovering this crew when they splash down off the West Coast. I have complete trust and confidence in your abilities, and everybody else who's not directly working on Artemis II. Artemis III is coming up next year. When this mobile launcher gets back in the VAB, we're going to start stacking.
Wow, plenty of excitement ahead of us. Jared Isaacman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and take a look at all these people behind us. I literally, every moment I turn around and I see the clock, I am like, oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have. Yes. Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is a part of America's DNA, and it continues now with our return to the moon.
He vuelto, disculpen mi ausencia, pero acá estoy de vuelta. Estaba mirando recién que está todo en orden, no hay ningún problema para el lanzamiento, así que ya en breve, en 24 minutos para ser más exacto, estará despegando el Artemis II. Vamos a ir sacando las imágenes del Apolo 11. Recuerden que estuvimos toda la transmisión repasando un poco lo que fue las imágenes oficiales del Apolo 11, lo que fue el despegue, y bueno, ahora hay imágenes ya del alunizaje, solo que no se ven muy bien porque recuerden que esas imágenes tienen más de 50 años. Así que nada, vamos a ir sacando esas imágenes y vamos a ir empezando a prepararnos para este momento súper épico. Yo ya me preparé un mate para este momento. Como les decía, vamos a ir sacando esas imágenes del Apolo 11. Luego tal vez haga algún recopilado de esas imágenes, ya que tengo un montón de información, de videos del Apolo 11. Tengo varios videos, más de 5 horas del Apolo 11, y bueno, voy a ver si las comparto luego en el canal. Los invito a votar también ahí. La consigna es, bueno, ¿quién ganará la competencia, la carrera espacial para trabajar con la NASA? Si Blue Origin o SpaceX. Estoy sacando esto. Sí. Bueno, bienvenidos a los 5 usuarios. Veo que hay 5 usuarios conectados, así que bueno, bienvenidos. Estamos a nada del despegue, estamos a 22 minutos.
The crew has said this often that they hope it inspires children around the world, and recently a group of kids
Yo
here
por
at
lo pronto
Kennedy
me
Space
preparé un
Center
mate
got a surprise
para
of a
acompañarlos.
lifetime while watching that rocket roll to the launch pad.
Invito a que saluden. Recuerden que esta misión no es alunizaje, es una misión que va a orbitar y es una misión más bien de reconocimiento y de prueba para luego trabajar con SpaceX. Sí. SpaceX o Blue Origin, ¿no? Estamos a nada, gente, estamos a nada, qué emoción. Estamos en las 7 en punto en Uruguay. ¿Qué tal? Veo que hay varios usuarios ya conectados, hay 6 o 8. Los invito a que saluden, comenten dónde son, comenten si saben más o menos la información de esta misión del Artemis II. Una misión que va a durar 10 días, pero el momento clave es ahora, en el despegue. Sí, en el despegue es el momento clave. Luego cuando ya quede en la órbita, que va a ser como un 8. Y luego el retorno, ¿no? Igualmente recuerden que esta plataforma, esta nave Orion puede volver sin propulsores. Por eso es que demora tantos días.
To witness history together. It's something really special to be able to witness something like this together.
Yeah, you know, we've heard from celebrities and officials and kids, and you know, it's amazing. People from all around the world came here today to Florida to watch. So it's something. It's hard to put into words. Just how much support for this.
El Apolo 11, como un dato interesante, demoró 8 días. La misión. Y esta misión va a demorar 10 días. Eso para que tengan en cuenta lo increíble de los días que van a estar. Tenemos el Apolo con 8 días, el Apolo 11 con 8 días y bueno, el Artemis II está programado para 10 días. Y por lo que estaban diciendo en la transmisión, tiene un soporte vital para 20 días, o sea que están sobrados. En el caso de que haya algún problema. Ahora, el gran problema que tienen es que si llega a haber algo y se desvían en la vuelta y no pueden regresar, no hay ninguna nave, no hay nada preparado para ir a buscarlos. Quedarían perdidos totalmente en el espacio. Porque la NASA no tiene ningún protocolo, no tiene ninguna nave preparada para ir a rescatarlos.
Just what are your final thoughts as we are about to embark on a mission back to the moon, the first time in more than 50 years?
Eso sí que da un poco de miedo.
The crew and all of the teams here on the ground that made this happen. You know, they are carrying the torch from the Apollo era into the Artemis era.
Bueno, ahí vemos a los tripulantes, a los 4 astronautas. Estamos a nada, gente, a nada de que se haga el despegue. Cuando el despegue salga, yo creo que voy a salir de la pantalla, me voy a sacar, así no rompo la toma y vemos la toma completa. Pero eso va a ser cuando falte 5 minutos. Mientras los sigo saludando por aquí. Los invito a que se animen a comentar. Pueden comentar algo del canal también, no hay problema. Si no quieren comentar de lo que es esta misión, son bienvenidos.
Just leveraging everything we've learned so far as an agency, taking us from Apollo now to the launch pad here, 39B.
A ver qué dicen los comentarios.
With Orion and SLS poised to again fly us into the history books. And before we leave you now here at the host desk to get back into operations, we just wanted to answer one question for you guys. We asked you earlier on today, what are you most excited for? And we asked you to go vote on Instagram and Twitch. Instagram, you guys said launch. Twitch, you guys said lunar flyby. So I think you guys will all be very excited since we are now about 17 minutes from the opening of our launch window today. And so with that, as we approach terminal
Bueno,
count, let's
17
send it back to
minutos, ahí
Daryl
teníamos
Mail,
imágenes
firing room
del
one. Daryl.
museo
All
de
right, thank
Seattle.
you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update
Ahora sí
on the
estamos
launch
a
of
nada,
system that they just
del
reported that they cleared.
momento épico.
They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule is inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case the rocket is something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry. One of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned. And one quick thing as we count down now, we are getting into the final minutes before liftoff. There's a 2-hour window. We haven't quite set the T0 yet, but this is a list of the cutouts. There are 150 cutouts that are included for this 2-hour launch window, and that's important. They're in very small print. That's important because there's basically 16 minutes inside this window that they cannot launch, and these are because of small things flying in orbit. There's a lot more things in orbit than there were back in Artemis I when we had 35 to 40 cutouts. For that reason, because of these 156 cutouts, they're going to be managing the launch window as we go forward. So they may have to wait out one of these cutouts. They range in time between 2 seconds to 23 seconds, but you'll hear the NASA test director talk through that. We're getting ready to merge that loop from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding.
Una belleza de esa hermosa nave. Recuerden que lo que es de color medio naranja no es más que el tanque de combustible, o sea, son los combustibles. Y al costado tenemos los SLS, que son los cohetes que van a propulsar, y luego arriba la nave Orion. Bueno, parece que hay un fallo instrumental.
And that's terminal count, the final 10 minutes.
And OTC, NTD on 212 for comm check.
Good comm. Tell me.
I hear the same. STC? GTC?
Bueno, por lo que están diciendo hay un fallo de un sensor que podría afectar.
NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding confirming communications with his team.
A ver.
There will be 2 polls that we'll hear. One from Spaulding, the NASA test director, confirming the ground systems and the launch team are ready to proceed. At this point, we have a clear board. No constraints.
Bueno, parece que hay un fallo de lectura en un sensor. Eso es lo que estaban diciendo recién y explicando. Pero no han cancelado todavía. Así que el lanzamiento en Cabo Cañaveral sigue. Sigue el contador. Estamos a 13 minutos, pero hay una falla. Así que esperemos. Sería una pena que se termine ahora, que lo corten ahora, que haya otra ventana.
Copy, that's in work.
de despegue.
CDR, OTC, Orion, Earth 1.
Go.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Integrity copies.
NGDLP.
Go.
Yes, I had a discussion with sea ice and with MER manager regarding the observation the sea ice had a few minutes ago. They were able to confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025. MER manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a sea ice or MER manager perspective.
Okay. Copy all. And launch director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation.
Bueno, parece que a pesar de esa falla que hubo, no hay ningún problema, sigue el conteo. No pasa nada, sigue. Bueno, estamos a nada. Estamos a nada. 10 minutos. Casi. Estamos a 11 todavía.
After we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of counts. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when we get to about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
CVSE OTC.
CVSE 400 290, looking to verify that we are configured for ascent.
Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming.
Copy.
NTD, COSE, hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of
Bueno.
O-CT-004.
Bueno, lo van a detener. Van a detener el contador en 10. En 10 se va a detener el contador porque al parecer, bueno, hay un problema que no lo pueden solucionar y quieren revisar y quieren hacer un control y bueno, no es que van a cancelar el vuelo el día de hoy, pero van a detener el contador en el minuto 10 y van a hacer un par de chequeos antes de seguir.
However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this was transient, so we're
La idea es seguir, pero bueno, van a detener al parecer, a ver. A ver si lo detienen.
Stand by, let me look. It did look
No, el
like
contador
it
siguió.
for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
Could I get a repeat on the affected LCC, please?
Bueno, ahí detuvieron el contador. Van a hacer un par de chequeos.
Thank you.
Parece que hay un par de anomalías y bueno, van a revisar. Y quedó parado en 10. Así que bueno, van a hacer un chequeo y luego van a seguir. Así que vamos a tener que esperar un par de minutos, no sé cuánto, pero el vuelo aún está programado. El despegue está programado, sigue en pie, pero tienen un problema y bueno, van a tener que revisarlo. Así que toca esperar un poco más.
Yeah, copy that. RTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Así que bueno, vamos a tener que esperar un poquito más. Lamentablemente.
These are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample.
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Bueno, vamos a tener que esperar.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to
No es apto para ansiosos.
up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and CUSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this Houston flight, we have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSC.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Qué pena, porque hay un clima ideal para el despegue,
And launch director.
pero bueno, tiene un problema de,
All right, and I'm
por
going
lo
to
que
go ahead and just
entiendo,
verify everybody has everything else
de
complete.
comunicación
Launch director, and
en
if we do, we'll be ready
ciertos
to pick up the poll at
sensores.
that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last
Así
check
que
of
la
our
directora de lanzamiento ha pausado el lanzamiento
All right,
por
let's see,
ahora,
OTC, are you still,
pero
waiting
sigue en
for
pie.
com config, or are you
That is
completed
affirmed, sir.
Okay, is that your only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete. Copy.
Okay, so OTC, you're complete.
Así
with
que
all your-
seguiremos esperando el go for launch.
All right, copy that. STC
STC is complete.
and GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And launch director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
Bueno, para los que hayan entrado recién, el despegue se pausó a los 10 minutos porque están haciendo un par de chequeos, están revisando, ya que un par de sensores estaban dando error.
Verify ready to resume count and go for launch.
Listo, go for launch. Ahora sí, parece que sigue, ¿eh?
STC is go.
Parece que, a ver,
MCO.
a ver, parece que sigue,
Safety console.
Safety console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
parece que solucionaron.
Houston flight is go.
Rock.
Rock is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that, thank you, Reed. And launch director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the launch director performing the final poll for launch, verifying no constraints, and go for launch.
Listo.
EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMT's go.
Thank you, John.
Tenemos a Houston y tenemos a Cabo Cañaveral, que son dos lugares diferentes. Si bien el despegue primero es en Cabo Cañaveral, pero luego una vez que despega, todos los controles se pasan a Houston.
We are going for our families.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. And into the launch.
Qué épica esa charla.
Go ahead, launch director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work.
Bueno, corre el reloj de vuelta. Ahora sí.
Go.
A nada.
Gear risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Ahora sí, señores.
CBSE NTD.
Corre de vuelta el reloj. Y yo me voy a ir saliendo de la pantalla para dejarles la pantalla limpia.
Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
AR rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work.
S&A arm rotation enabled complete.
We're going to start that clock.
Copy that, thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
Bueno, cuando empiece a contar de vuelta el reloj, salgo de la pantalla y les dejo la pantalla libre.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory, it was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team.
Sí, todo el mundo está observando, por
So we have
supuesto.
a 2-hour window, which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24
Bueno,
p.m.
empiezan en
Eastern
unos minutos
time
de vuelta el
and
conteo.
goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification,
Bueno, parece que continúan en
we'll verify
breve.
that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the
Luego de ese
terminal
discurso
count.
épico de la directora. No es apto para ansiosos este despegue. No es apto para ansiosos. Pero ya dieron el ok.
ECL time estimate.
Así que cuando en breve ya... En breve empieza el conteo de vuelta. Estamos a nada. Uy, qué hermoso que sería estar ahí en ese lugar, viendo en carne propia ese despegue.
Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch
Bueno,
sequencer
estamos
is
a
an
nada.
application software that runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room. Acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiation is verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints.
A ver, ¿qué pasa ahora? Silencio.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
Bueno, nuevamente corre el contador, a ver. A ver. Quedamos en 10.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II.
7:25. A esta hora ya estaría despegando. Ah, arrancó el contador. Ah, bueno, lo retrasaron. A ver.
If everything goes nominally, NASA
No.
Test Director Jeff Spaulding,
A
who's
ver.
directly managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability
Ahí en Cabo
to
Cañaveral
stop
está
and restart
9:40
the
segundos.
countdown.
Arrancó de vuelta el contador. Sí, arrancó de vuelta. Ahora sí, estamos a 9 minutos.
There certainly is not.
Flight and rock. Our new T0 is 22:35:12.
Houston flight copies. 22:35:12.
Affirm.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, our T0 is 6:35
Bueno, en breve ya salgo de la
and 12
pantalla para
seconds
dejar
p.m. Eastern Time.
la toma completa.
But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding
estamos
point.
a nada.
This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can
Voy a ir saliendo de la pantalla, los voy a dejar con la pantalla libre, así seguimos viendo estas hermosas tomas.
Our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away. That's the path that the astronauts took.
Bueno, ahí están separando.
Ingress into the rocket.
A ver. Separando, ahí están separando el brazo. A ver, sí, me parece que sí, están separándolo. Sí, señor, están separando el brazo de la nave. Esto ya no hay marcha atrás. Creo que hay marcha atrás recién a los 33 segundos y se cancela.
Of course, the launch abort system. Great shot there of the crew access arm retracting away. The launch abort system is the tower at the top, and that's what would pull Orion and its crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts. Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high-energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization.
Bueno, 5, 6 minutos. Ahora sí, estamos a nada. Ya me fui de la pantalla, así tienen toda la toma completa.
Weather is 90% go, the range is go, all systems are go.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight
Bueno,
levels,
les decía que
because that hydrogen is naturally
lo
boiling
único que puede
inside the
pasar
tank.
es que si lo detienen a los 33 segundos, esa es la última ventana de detener el despegue. Ahí se cancelaría del todo. Esperemos que eso no suceda.
The Artemis II crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
Ya se separó la torre del cohete. Ahora sí que estamos a nada.
CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander.
Ahí vemos el tanque, los dos cohetes SLS, la nave Orion en la punta.
This is so the range safety can send a flight termination command if the rocket
Está
flies
todo
too far
listo.
off track.
Por ahora no han dicho nada, que no han
There's
dicho
a
que se
brief
vaya a
built-in
detener.
delay,
Los
so the
errores
launch abort
que
system
hubieron
has
al
time
parecer
to
se
pull the
corrigieron.
astronauts to safety
Go for
first.
LH2 high flow bleed check.
All right, the high flow bleed check.
Bueno, voy a comentar un poquito más. Voy a seguir comentando un poquito, pero a los 3 minutos voy a hacer silencio y voy a dejar que el video corra solo para no interrumpir la señal de ahí de Cabo Cañaveral. Así que en breve ya me voy cortando el audio para escuchar
GLS is go for core stage APU
el audio
start.
original.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units.
Mientras vemos esta hermosa toma
High-speed turbines which provide
de
pressure
la
to
nave
hydraulic
Orion.
pumps that steer the
Ahí
RS-25
adentro están los
engines.
4
We're gonna see a gimbal
astronautas,
test a little
la
later
primera
at
mujer
T-minus
que
2
va a ir
minutes and
hacia
30
la luna,
seconds. This is what allows
el
that to
primer
happen.
hombre de color. el primer hombre que no es americano.
Coming up in about 20 seconds, we're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there.
En 15 segundos va a haber una limpieza de hidrógeno, por lo que entendí, una especie de purga.
Moving through the milestones. All is looking good.
Bueno, gracias a los que están ahí conectados, les agradezco mucho. Si son tímidos, si no quieren comentar, no pasa nada, pero denle like.
There are the 4 RS-25s, 3 of them shuttle heritage, 1 of them built from shuttle parts. And there you see them moving.
Bueno, ahí tenemos la toma de los motores. Una preciosa toma.
Upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
Ahí vemos cómo
GLS's go for upper stage to internal power.
Cómo están probando el movimiento de los
Power is
motores.
removed from the rocket's upper stage. The ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS's go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own
Bueno,
power.
me voy a ir despidiendo del audio, así vemos el
There's
audio
no more
original.
hold time because there's
Escuchamos
no
el
more
audio original.
margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS's go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have have you the same.
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight, Integrity 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark.
Wow.
Integrity 78
Impresionante,
miles in
gente,
altitude,
impresionante.
460 miles downrange.
Ahora volví, o sea, habilité de vuelta el audio para comentar un poquito. Ahí estamos viendo un render de lo que es, en qué proceso va la misión. Es una lástima que bueno, que las cámaras
6 minutes 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight.
Pero bueno, todavía los motores siguen encendidos. Está pasando el sistema de... Está llegando a la etapa del sistema de aborto de la misión, de aborto de los motores, pero no, eso parece que va todo bien.
Milestone at the 7 minute 30 second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent
de la
at this
NASA
time.
que está haciendo esa toma. Y luego tenemos la toma directamente desde la nave Orion.
About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Bueno, separación del último propulsor.
Integrity and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
Bueno, separación lograda.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Ahí vemos el render.
8 minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft.
Y ahora sí quedó la nave Orion con sus tripulantes.
9 minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Y ahora sí, está pronta la nave Orion para la inserción orbital para dirigirse hacia la Luna. Un éxito hasta ahora, la verdad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves
Bueno, los
now
invito a
reminding the
que
crew
comenten,
that the
estén emocionados.
perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Es una pena que no haya tenido tantas tomas. Lo que pasa es que si han visto los directos de SpaceX y de la Starship, estamos mal acostumbrados a que en los directos de SpaceX tengamos imágenes, perdón, estoy un poco nervioso, imágenes increíbles de la nave, del despegue. Y bueno, acá en la NASA la verdad que nos dejó un poco con ganas de imágenes un poco más sólidas, de más calidad. Pero bueno, se puede decir que, y más que decir, es real, el primero del 4 del 2026, el hombre arranca su regreso a la Luna. Luego de más de 50 años.
Houston for PWD setup, just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
Passing 11
Bueno,
minutes
hay
of mission elapsed
conversaciones entre
time. Overhearing the conversation
la
between
nave
Capcom
Orion,
Stan Love and Commander
tripulantes de
Reed
la nave
Wiseman,
y
already
Houston.
passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed. Complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is
No
ascent.
entiendo qué ha pasado con el render. Se colgó,
Their
se les
launch and
colgó
entry suits
el Windows 98 a...
that provided them an
Se les
extra
colgó
layer of
Windows
protection.
98 a la NASA.
Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or
Bueno, ahora
get out
parece
of
que
the suits to begin some
ya han
of
pasado
their
la parte más
initial
crítica del despegue.
tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the
Y bueno,
Integrity spacecraft.
se van a... Ya se retiraron las viseras.
Passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed
al
time.
menos
Again,
al
the
parecer
perigee raise
comunicando.
maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on
No
preparing
sé
for that
por qué el
milestone.
render se quedó colgado ahí, pero bueno, eso es un render de la NASA. No sé por qué no ponen las
Mission
cámaras
Specialist
tampoco, es
Christina
una
Cook
pena,
and,
pero bueno, es lo
Jeremy
que
Hansen
hay en este momento.
We'll start some of the activation of environmental control life support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
Y ahora el siguiente paso que sigue sería que la nave Orión despegue sus paneles solares.
Copy C3 Aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
Pero eso va a ser más o menos en 10 minutos, 7 minutos. Ahora van a hacer maniobras. Y en un ratito desplegan los paneles solares. Es una pena que no tengamos imágenes.
13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the
Ahora
Artemis
sí,
II
ahí
mission.
tenemos.
They are beginning their journey around the moon to
Ahora
verify
sí
the
tenemos
systems that
imágenes,
will take
señores.
us to its surface. An incredible ascent.
Pantallazo azul de
Artemis
Windows
II is
98.
underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover,
Ay, qué
Christina
pena
Cook,
la
and
NASA,
Jeremy
qué
Hansen
mala calidad
begin
de
their journey
transmisión
to
que
the moon.
tiene.
Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get
Sin
integrity
duda que
into high
la
Earth
transmisión de
orbit around the
SpaceX
Earth
tiene muchísima
before
más
engines are
calidad.
fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis II lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean,
Bueno,
it was a
ahora
beautiful launch.
Parece
You
que
know,
como
we've got
se les
4 friends
colgó
and family
el
members headed
render,
to the moon. It's pretty
volvieron
amazing.
Yeah, how does that make you
a
feel
la
as someone
transmisión
who,
desde aquí,
you know, is an
desde
astronaut as well, but also, as you said,
Cañaveral,
friend?
Cabo
Yeah,
Cañaveral.
so proud of them. You know, man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love, so many emotions. You know, they are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, you know, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on everything, but so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar orbit in more than 50 years. Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these.
Bueno, vamos a seguir un poco más con la transmisión, vamos a seguir viendo a ver si la NASA nos va actualizando un poco más de información, si tenemos alguna toma de la nave Orión y de los siguientes pasos a dar. Ya hace 15 minutos, como vemos ahí en el reloj, que ha salido.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds. And yeah, you guys just saw that view, the sunrise or sunset, I guess. They just made it over the crest of the Earth, and you could see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space, and I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and you know, I know a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping safety in mind, and we want to make sure we're ready to go. But we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, you know, and it kind of surprised me as well. But, you know, it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. You know, Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today, not mishaps, but a couple, you know, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork that gets us to the moon.
And so we can continue to watch Christina, Reed, Victor, and Jeremy on their way now to the moon in Earth's orbit and awaiting the next in-flight milestones, deploying Orion's solar arrays. So why don't we get back in with the mission control and Gary.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along in the action. It is a long day. They have a number of procedures they need to get to immediately in their timeline.
And Integrity Houston, cross-tie is on board per the ETSI-DEM.
We copy Houston. Thank you.
Cross-tie referring to flight controllers here initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power. This is the flight control teams that took us through ascent of the Artemis II mission today. Right now we're, as you see, passing 18 minutes of mission elapsed time. The Orion spacecraft integrity and the interim cryogenic propulsion system are maneuvering tail to sun. It is in this orientation, this attitude.
Integrity anywhere until that momentary prop caution.
And Reed, no action. We're looking at it.
Commander Reed Wiseman verifying what is being routed to his displays aboard Integrity. Propulsion engineer confirming that no action is needed at this time. They're pressing through with their nominal procedures to prepare for the perigee raise maneuver. And of course the solar array wing deploy ahead of that. The solar wing deploy is a critical milestone. We'll continue to have our coverage follow the mission until that deployment. A successful launch is just the beginning. The deployment of the solar arrays and successful confirmation that those solar array wings are drawing power is a significant milestone and says to the flight control teams that we will continue on today's mission. Power needs to be drawn to continue through some of the next milestones. Until then, the AOA open option that was called up upon ascent, the aboard once around, is the current option, and abort to orbit option ATO will be switched to a preferred mode at the time that the solar array wings are deployed and latched. It gives the flight control teams a little bit more flexibility.
Integrity Houston, update on TDRS handover for your pad.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy.
Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
All right, Stan, we copy 1 second earlier for 5126 TDRS east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Read back of the reports that you just heard on the Orion to Earth network. Integrity has maneuvered tail to sun. The RL-10 nozzle on the end of the ICPS is pointed towards the sun, and the solar array deployment sequence has begun. With the deployment confirmed, It'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to ATO and continue along the mission. The teacher's handover at the pad, that message meant the crew was provided some preliminary numbers of when to expect handovers between the tracking and data relay satellites. Currently orbiting Earth at an altitude of 545 statute miles above the Earth, they are in a near-Earth network communication system. The tracking and data relay satellites, geosynchronous satellites that are stationed about 23,000 miles above the Earth. After the apogee rays burn, that occurs later today, the burn itself will put them in an altitude that surpasses the range of the tracking and data relay satellites, and they will transition to the deep space network today.
And integrity for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line. It's that momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2 T1 and heater 1 T1. They're going suppressed.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same.
Bueno, supuestamente a los 20 minutos se abrían los paneles solares. No sé si en el render lo van a mostrar, pero era a los 20 minutos luego del lanzamiento. No. Tenemos ese render ahí. Tenemos la velocidad, la distancia en millas de la Tierra, la distancia que queda hacia la Luna.
Artemis II mission. This is after a launch that began at 5:35 and 12 seconds Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Right now, the orientation you're seeing from our arrow visualization that translates some of the telemetry that we're getting from the spacecraft and puts it into a model so you can follow along on some of the milestones that we are following here.
Saludos.
The RL-10 nozzle that you see at the left end of your screen, though it is currently not firing, that nozzle is pointed towards the sun, and the solar arrays are currently deploying.
Ya despegó el Artemis II ya hace 24 minutos. Un éxito, ningún problema hubo. Se trancó a los 10 minutos un rato, luego solucionaron. Y ahora estamos viendo este render de media calidad. Bueno, ahí el render está mostrando justamente cómo se desplegarían los paneles solares de la nave Orion.
Attitude maneuver changes ahead of the first burn of the ICPS engine.
Es una pena que no tengamos imágenes reales, pero bueno, por el momento es lo que hay. Un render.
Yeah, we're almost there in the procedure stand and we see the same thing.
Bueno, ya han abierto los paneles solares. Está confirmado eso.
Houston, we are seeing a 7-second miscompare between the MET on Orion and ICPS. We'd like you to read us the MET from your center status bar and for the ICPS on StackSum.
And Stan, we see a absolutely precise alignment. MET 25, 14, 15, 16, precisely aligned with ICPS MET.
Bueno, en la cabina, en la nave, los astronautas dicen que hay una diferencia de 7 segundos entre una comunicación y otra en lo que es dentro de la nave, de los instrumentos, y en Houston le dicen que está bien, que ellos no tienen ningún lapso de tiempo.
This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis II.
25 minutos ya.
We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. There's also a discussion with Capcom Stan
Bueno,
Love
tenemos
and Commander Reed Wiseman
a la
about the
derecha,
alignment
la
of the
parte
MET clocks on
inferior,
the Orion spacecraft
la velocidad
and the ICPS. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed the
la
clocks are in
cápsula de
sync,
Orión,
no
de la
issues. They're
nave
going to
Orión,
investigate it on the
y
ground. We're
tenemos
proceeding with today's mission.
la distancia que está a la Tierra
26
y la
minutes
distancia que
of
le
mission
queda para
lifetime
llegar a la
counting.
Luna. Y ojalá nos muestren una imagen. ¿Qué esperan para mostrarnos una imagen, por favor? Estamos todos acá viendo el directo porque queremos ver imágenes reales, no un render. Para ver un render, entonces no hubiesen transmitido. O sea, es increíble. ¿Por qué un render? ¿Por qué no ponen una imagen real? Si hace más de 50 años transmitieron en directo desde la Luna, ¿no pueden poner un render ahora? 2026. ¿De qué estamos hablando? Bueno, voy a salir un poquito de la imagen.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're approaching 28 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, we've had a successful liftoff from the pad at 5:35 p.m. and 12 seconds p.m. Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. We've had a good main engine cutoff, core stage separation, and a good trajectory to begin today's mission. Right now, the spacecraft has maneuvered tail to sun. We're standing by for another maneuver to maneuver into the burn attitude. This is where the RL-10 engine of the ICPS is pointed in the correct orientation for the perigee raise maneuver. We did hear confirmation that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition has been confirmed per the pad, which means it was the predicted time prior to liftoff.
Integrity for G and C, we're taking channel 1 to unfiltered and to BFS.
Okay, Stan, we're watching. Go ahead.
Capcom Stan Love reading up to the crew of Integrity. They will switch the navigation source from channel 1, standing by for confirmation that that switch has occurred. Pilot Victor Glover will receive confirmation when, and as at least watching to confirm that that switch has occurred. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that we're heading towards, not too long from now, we're actually inside 20 minutes at this time from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. We did have a successful deployment and launched of all 4 solar array wings. This is the configuration needed to commit to the perigee raise maneuver. Of course, flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston will continue to evaluate that everything is good before committing to that burn. The perigee raise maneuver does raise the perigee, the lowest point in the orbit, from 15 to 100 nautical miles. The 100 nautical mile mark is needed to continue in low Earth orbit and hit the target for the apogee raise burn. That will put them in a high Earth orbit for the remainder of the day and set them up for the right position to execute the translunar injection and head to the moon tomorrow. The burn duration of the perigee raise maneuver is 26 seconds. A relatively short burn, but it does raise the perigee and do the job to get into the correct position before firing that main engine on the ICPS. The pad had a TDRS handover. This is the tracking and data relay satellites. East to west, they are geosynchronous satellites that are positioned around the globe. And as Orion makes its way around the Earth right now, above the west coast of Africa, at an altitude of about 923 statute miles, and counting. The perigee-raise maneuver is not executed at the perigee. It is rather executed on the, actually closer to the apogee. But what it does is it raises the perigee on the other end of the orbit to 100 nautical miles. The 26-second duration burn does not conflict with the time that they've reported of the tracking and data relay satellite handover from TDRS east to west. Again, geosynchronous satellites that are used not only by Integrity today, but the International Space Station as well. That time of handover is 51 minutes, 26 seconds. Plenty of margin before the perigee-raise maneuver cutoff happens, and the trajectory is analyzed to see whether it was a good burn. A good burn means that the burn was performed as expected and sets the trajectory on course for that 100 nautical mile perigee target mark. Again, for those sticking with us on NASA Plus and following along on our coverage, we will continue to follow and to cover the mission until, actually, we'll continue to cover the mission 24/7. But we'll wrap up our coverage here shortly. And now that solar array wing deployment has occurred on NASA Plus and Amazon Prime. Again, we will continue coverage 24/7 at the NASA YouTube channel. For those that want to see all of the upcoming milestones, there are select times where we will be coming back to NASA Plus and other streaming platforms. You can go to nasa.gov to find the latest on when to find those activities. Given that this is an operational mission, we do want to make sure that we are maintaining transparency in the mission and providing you all the information on what's happening in space as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen head on their mission around the moon. Inside Integrity at this time, again, the solar array wings have deployed. The Integrity is maneuvering to its burn attitude ahead of the execution of the perigee-raise maneuver. Overseeing these steps is primarily done by Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen focusing on some of the system activation inside of Orion, namely the environmental and control and life support systems. The activation and checkout of some of these critical systems are very important to continuing on the mission, making sure that those systems are in a good condition and in a reliable condition to provide the necessary environmental and control needs of the crew, with humans on board through the duration of the mission that extends 10 flight days. Standing by for an update to the perigee-raise maneuver time of ignition. Should be right up to the crew very shortly.
Integrity Houston, updated PRM numbers when you're ready to copy.
All right, Houston, we are ready to copy.
TIG is 2 seconds earlier at 4 9er minutes, 48 seconds. TGO unchanged at 26 seconds.
49, 48, TGO 26.
This is Mission Control Houston. With that update, we are approaching a little more than 13 minutes from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. That time, updated to be 2 seconds earlier, was 49 minutes 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. Will now move to 49 minutes 48 seconds. The duration of the burn, that's what was referred to as the TGO, will still remain at 26 seconds. Relatively short duration burn, again, just raises the perigee of the orbit today. Making sure they hit the mark on that time of ignition is the primary concern of Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission Specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen inside activating those environmental control and life support systems. At this time, all 4 crew members are wearing the launch and entry suits.
Integrity Houston, for Optimus on the PCD, we have time update instructions when you're ready.
And Houston, Integrity, we copy. Hands are pretty busy at this time. I think we will call you back when we're ready for that.
All right, that one is not urgent. 2 minutes to maneuver to PRM attitude.
We are watching and concurred. 90 seconds maybe.
Pilot Victor Glover confirming that that maneuver less than 2 minutes. Again, that the point of that maneuver is to point the main engine of the ICPS, the RL-10 engine, in the proper orientation to execute that 26-second burn. It needs to point in the correct position to achieve the goal of raising the perigee to 100 nautical miles. You heard some of the environmental control system activations over Orion to Earth. Jeremy Hansen activated the O2 sensors. They'll be measuring the cabin of Orion. During all of the activations, here on the ground in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling is doing a poll with all flight controllers in the room to see if we are in a go position to go ahead and execute the perigee raise maneuver. Once concluded, Stan Love will report it back up to the crew, and we'll stand by for that.
Integrity Houston, MCC polls go for PRM, pending attitude and saws.
Okay, we copy. MCC is go. Maneuver starting.
Minutes of mission elapsed time. The maneuver to the burn attitude has begun. The maneuver also is paired with reorientation of the solar array wings that have been deployed. They will have various positions throughout the duration of the flight. Of course, solar array is meant to maximize the draw of power from the sun. So when deployed, we're in a biased solar array wing configuration that was called solar normal. This allows for the greatest surface area of the solar array wings to be drawing power and powering up those batteries of Integrity, of which a cross-tide was enabled between the 4 batteries, the 4 battery buses that are inside of Orion. However, However, for the perigee raise maneuver, the solar array wings will be put into a position to take on the loads imparted by the ICPS main engine when they execute the 26-second burn. You can see in the animation here, the solar array wings are in motion, and the attitude is being reconfigured to point the engine in the correct direction, those solar array wings being pointed forward. You're getting a live look inside the Artemis II mission flight control room. The team you see here oversaw the ascent of our 4 astronauts inside Integrity, launching at 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Now again, this room will be occupied 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with flight controllers shifting on 3 shifts to oversee 24/7 operations of Artemis II while in flight. We will cover that live on the NASA YouTube channel, and we'll be covering that around the clock as we begin to wrap up our coverage here on NASA Plus. Before I do want to send it over to our colleagues at the Kennedy Space Center. And to my colleagues, it was a pleasure to join the teams at the Kennedy Space Center and be a part of such a historic launch. Here in Houston, again, we're turning our attention to the mission. And for now, we'll say farewell and thank you to our colleagues there for today's launch coverage. We'll see you again soon for Splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston, sending it back over to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Thank you, Gary. And yes, it was such a pleasure to be a part of this historic mission that started right here at Kennedy Space Center. It was such an amazing sight to be a part of. And now, as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey, we here at the Kennedy Space Center are about to wrap our broadcasts. We'll, of course, though, have 24/7 coverage with our colleagues at Johnson Space Center starting as soon as we sign off, so don't worry. You can follow along our 4 astronauts every minute of their nearly 10-day journey to the moon and back. Nicole, I'll definitely be watching it, and I'm sure you will, too.
Yes, of course. You know, they just started, right? The launch was beautiful. This was a historic day. They're on their way back to the moon for the first time in over half a century, but they've got a lot of work ahead of them, and so we're excited to see what they have to do and excited to test out the Orion spacecraft. This is a test flight after all, and we're excited to see what we can learn from this mission.
Very humbling, inspiring. It was really amazing to be a part of this, and I'm so glad that so many people joined along by either watching here in person or watching online. And of course, Nicole, thank you so much for sitting through this, answering questions, adding so much context and information that really brought a lot out of what we saw today.
Oh man, I had a blast. You're a rock star. You're a professional. This was great. So this was a wonderful day.
Well, again, thank you so much, and thank you to you for watching at home. You know, tonight we didn't just launch a rocket, we launched the next chapter of human exploration. Our Artemis II crew now on their way back to the moon, and we're taking you with us. So thank you again for watching, and go Artemis II. All 4 astronauts, and it appears all of them are undergoing their suit leak checks. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and the card game. The astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway. Here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew, taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. And the 4 of them step into their astrovan. And off they go. Oh, this must feel so special to the crew to see all of these people here. Watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view. everybody configured with their suits, so in we go. The closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch.
3, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Oh. All right, this is Mission Control Houston. Welcome back for our 24/7 coverage of the Artemis II mission. At this time, we are a little more than 1 minute from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. At this time, the Orion spacecraft integrity has been maneuvered into the burn attitude, is pointed in the right direction, and the solar arrays are in the position to take on the loads imparted by the 26-second burn. Now at 1 minute to the perigee raise maneuver. The teams here are part of the ascent team of the Artemis II mission. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras over the tracking and data relay satellites. We are in a night pass as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth, just east off the coast of Madagascar. So we have, you can see the Terminator line right just west of the Philippines and the west coast of Australia, where we'll start to get some sunlight again. Now we're just seconds away from the time of ignition. We have ignition. You can see the perigee raise maneuver from the main engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing. Standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to Teeter's handover.
Copy that. We see the Sable on board, and the sun is rising on Integrity.
Outstanding.
And with that, the first burn of the interim cryogenic propulsion system has been completed and put the crew on the right trajectory to get them to the moon. There are
integrity for toilet setup, step 2.5.
Go ahead.
Yes, there was not an installed oxon inlet filter, even with empty oxone in the hose when I opened up the filter.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we had a good perigee raise maneuver that sets us on course to execute the next major burn, the apogee raise burn. Now, the perigee raise maneuver just adjusts the orbit while we are in low Earth orbit, but the apogee raise burn is quite a significant burn, just shy of 18 minutes long.
Bueno, ahí estamos repasando un poquito lo que fue el despegue. Ahí tenemos en la parte derecha, tenemos lo que fue el despegue de hace ya hace unos 45 minutos aproximadamente. También tenemos imágenes de Houston. Recién veíamos un poquito de imágenes reales de la nave Orion. Y ahora vamos a ver nuevamente lo que fue el despegue. Ya está, el despegue está en un short en el canal, así que lo pueden ver en el short. Tienen que pasarlo, compartirlo. Ya está en un short, pueden verlo en el canal, recién subido. Y ahora lo vamos a volver a vivir ahí. Mientras vemos un poquito las imágenes de Houston.
Integrity Houston on Tidris West. White Sands is receiving data. Houston is not. We're still troubleshooting.
That was Capcom Stan Love, part of the Ascent team here in Mission Control Houston. We changed over to point to one of the tracking and data relay satellites at the expected time. That time was updated to 51 minutes 26 seconds of mission elapsed time, going from Tidris East to Tidris West. Upon switching to Tidris West, Mission Control Houston not seeing some of the data coming from Orion, coming from Integrity, so we're standing by to regain the ability and troubleshoot some of the rationale as to why we are having some intermittent gaps in our data and communications with the crew. Now again, as the teams are troubleshooting.
Integrity Houston in the blind. We see good solar normal maneuver. ARB TIG is expected to be 45 seconds earlier than the pad. That's 1 hour, 46 minutes, 0 seconds. No update to TIGO yet.
That was Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston. He used the term "in the blind." That refers to as part of the data that we are not getting from the TDRS West satellite. Noting that we understand that we may not be receiving communications from the crew, though they may be able to hear us. So Stan Love reporting what status is known on our end. We do know that from the data we are receiving that the upper stage and Integrity have maneuvered to solar normal, meaning that the orientation, the attitude of the spacecraft is such that solar rays can draw the maximum amount of power.
Integrity Houston in the blind for Christina. Just before the TDRS handover, we heard your report about the lack of an oxone inlet filter. We copy that there is not one installed as expected, but please put in a new one.
Team here you see in this row at the Capcom console is NASA astronaut Stan Love. The voice that you're hearing from the teams here in Mission Control Houston up to the crew of Integrity. A Capcom voice that you'll hear throughout the mission as well. Next to Dr. Love, to his right, is Jackie Mahaffey, the Chief Training Officer for the Artemis II crew, and a voice that you'll hear from here in Mission Control Houston. Flight Director Judd Freeling is to Stan Love's left. The ascent flight director and leading the teams through the ascent that happened today. And to the left of Judd Freeling is Flight Director Rick Henfling, part of the entry teams here on console to oversee the ascent portion. He'll be returning to console on flight day 9 to prepare for the splashdown on a nominal timeline for flight day 10.
Houston in the blind. We're rebooting some ground equipment to try to recover the link. Expect 10 minutes.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, the teams here are troubleshooting the lack of a forward link, the inability to communicate with the crew aboard Orion. Teams are troubleshooting and planning to reset some ground equipment as the forward link was dropped at the time that we switched from TDRS East to TDRS West. It happened, that handover period started at mission elapsed time of 51 minutes, 26 seconds. Capcom Stan Love reporting some updates, what is called in the blind, meaning that though we...
Integrity Houston in the blind, expecting an imminent automated swap to string 2 on board. Also, reminder, we are still receiving good ICPS data.
Again, Capcom Stan Love reporting to the crew in the blind, meaning there may be an ability for the crew to hear the calls from the ground. We do know that we are not able to hear any of the crew calls coming from Orion. We did just confirm that we are receiving data from the upper stage, and that allows us to understand and confirm the attitude and orientation of both spacecraft.
Bueno, mientras vemos el repaso de lo que fue
knowing that they are at solar normal. And with the reboot, we're starting to get some data here. We'll confirm that the data we are receiving is good.
Nuevamente. Pueden verlo en la sección de shorts, ya está subido. Y vamos a esperar.
With the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on Tigris.
Tenemos imágenes. Bueno, ahí justamente tenemos una imagen.
Loud and clear, Stan Hollis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
And good to hear yours as well.
All right, we are still trying to understand whether the automated swap to S-band string 2 recovered comm for us or what was going on the ground. We gave you calls about an ARB TIG and an oxone inlet filter. Did you copy them?
Copied all.
Excellent.
This is Mission Control Houston, though the solutions that were applied to regain the communications from Integrity is not known which one worked. We do know that we are receiving data. We're getting confirmation that is updating some of our telemetry that shows that the solar array wings have been reconfigured to the solar normal, again drawing as much power as possible while Integrity is in flight and awaiting the next burn, the apogee raise burn. And you just heard confirmed, though Stan Love was reporting some things in the blind, meaning we could not hear the crew respond to any of the calls that were going on Orion to Earth. We did confirm from Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity that they did hear all of the calls that Capcom Stan Love was reporting.
And Integrity for comm, while we are sorting out the earlier comm loss, we plan to remain on S-band string 2.
Copy S-band string 2, and quid 19 has been inhibited for right CCD.
Copy quid 19.
This is Mission Control Houston. Commander Reed Wiseman working through his steps at this time in the timeline. Mission Specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen should be closing out some of the procedures that were activating some of the environmental control and life support systems. And again, those steps relayed from Capcom Stan Love were received by the crew, so they did copy them and address any of the feedback that was provided by Capcom Stan Love. The launch and entry suits for Mission Specialists 1 and 2, that's Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, per the timeline, they are in the period of time to doff or take off the suits. The launch and entry suits for Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover will remain on until after a successful apogee raise burn. Their role is to oversee the successful burn there. In the meantime, they're configuring some of their equipment and configuration that's needed ahead of the day's activities, starting with covering a CCD, cursor control device. And they're well on their way to a nominal timeline, of course, addressing the communication link by resetting some ground equipment and changing the string of communications, which addressed the issue, and now we're getting full data from the ICPS as well as the Orion spacecraft.
Bueno, como ven, ahí tenemos a la nave Orión y bueno, la etapa siguiente es hacer un par de pruebas de acoplamiento, pero antes tiene que separarse la nave, despegar la nave Orión, separarse de la cápsula. Y luego tendremos esas pruebas de acoplamiento el día de mañana, cuando Artemis 3 o 4 sistema desarrollada hará acoplamiento con Starship o Blue Origin. Y esas pruebas aproximadamente serán en 2 o 3 horas. Antes vamos a tener desacoplamiento de la nave Orión.
And Stan, we are wrapping up PWD right now. Jeremy will get the HHP cameras after that. There was a tremendous amount of back pressure on all those settings, so it's taken a little bit of all the connectors, so it's taken a little bit of time.
Copy, thank you.
Commander Reed Wiseman aware of the steps, the initial steps for mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, working on some of the systems inside, while the commander and pilot monitor the flight of Integrity.
Comunican que ya tienen su baño su baño se podría decir ya habilitado para que puedan realizar
Some of the equipment inside needs to be activated by flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston. The activation of some of these necessary for their trip on their first day in orbit as part of the Artemis II mission. While Christina Cook addressed the waste systems that are
bueno, yo por ahora me voy a retirar un rato, les voy a dejar el directo y alguna novedad que haya vamos a comentarla y bueno, vamos a seguir aquí un rato más en el directo mientras vemos cómo la nave Orión va realizando sus tareas. Cualquier cosa los invito a comentar, a preguntar si tienen alguna duda, tanto del vuelo de la nave, también como del mismo canal. Los invito a que comenten, si tienen alguna duda, por supuesto pregúntenla que la vamos a responder. Yo por ahora me voy a retirar, voy a estar atento al chat y a la transmisión y en un ratito vuelvo con ustedes.
It helps you at all, Stan, but that whole time that you all had, seemed like you had a good forward link, we just had no return. We saw a good frame lock, and everything looked good. The only thing we did not have was a good ping. I don't know if that helps you.
That helps a lot, Reed. Thank you for that report. Integrity Houston for SAW. We saw the SAW 3 brake go into error position. We're confident it engaged, but we saw more motion than we expected during the burn. We are cycling the brake on that SAW.
Okay, Stan, we copy that. HHP cameras are off, PUP 1 switches are off, Stan.
Copy HHP and PUP, thank you. Integrity Houston, starting thermal roll.
Houston, integrity on toilet, step 6.7.
Go ahead for step 6.7.
Yes, during 6.7, about 20 seconds after starting the water into the funnel, after a nominal startup, the toilet shut down on its own and I have a blinking amber fault light.
Copy, talking about it. And integrity for toilet, we're going to have to think about that for a while. In the meantime, CCUs are available in Alpha 2.
We copy, and I'll be returning the funnel to the cradle.
Good config.
This is Mission Control Houston, a read back of some of the communications that occurred on Orion to Earth. We're now at 1 hour, 17 minutes of mission elapsed time. We got confirmation that the upper stage and Integrity began a thermal roll. They are on the illuminated side of the Earth right now at an altitude of just a little more than 1,000 statute miles. The thermal roll allows for even distribution of heating from the sun at that altitude, distributes it a little more evenly ahead of the apogee rays burn. In the meantime, mission specialist Christina Cook working on the activation of some environmental control life support systems and waste management systems. Currently, as teams on the ground analyze some troubleshooting of the activation steps that she was going through, she'll gather some of the backup waste management capabilities that they have aboard Integrity, just as a precaution while the teams assess how to address what was reported down from mission specialist Christina Cook on the fault light. Now at mission elapsed time of 1 hour 18 minutes, we are coming up on the post-launch press conference at the Kennedy Space Center, where subject matter experts have gathered to and will address the launch that just occurred, and media will ask some questions. As part of our continuous coverage plan, where we are streaming this mission 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, throughout the duration of the Artemis II mission, the briefings themselves will also be streamed on this platform. The time of the beginning of the press briefing is scheduled to be 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time today, so coming up in just about 6 minutes. While the post-launch press conference is
Integrity, thermal roll complete, and a question for Christina for toilet.
All right, Stan, just give us a minute, and the view of Australia was epic just now. It's amazing to be at this altitude, and Christina's working hard.
Roger. And Integrity, we also have a story about a water tank valve problem during powered flight. We saw an anomalous indication on the water ISO valve between water tanks Bravo and Charlie. Based on the signature we saw with the tanks during the PWD checkout, we think that valve is closed. We are going to troubleshoot that going forward.
Quick recap, the thermal roll is complete, distributing.
Dan, when you got List.N2H2O up, give me a call.
I'm looking at it.
Tab stop 17, we show that valve closed, if that helps you.
That is also what we see, and that's exactly the valve we're looking at. Related to that, question for Jeremy. For the PWD checkout, did you check out the primary first or the secondary first?
And Stan, Jeremy says primary first because he had trouble getting the secondary on, and I'm also ready to take your call.
Copy primary first, we appreciate that. Christina, for the toilet, can you please tell us what the status LED is doing? Or was doing when you saw the fault?
It had been on per normal, and there was good suction, and then it turned off when the fault started blinking.
That's valuable information. Thank you.
Teams on the ground continuing to troubleshoot the waste management systems aboard Integrity. Now we'll continue to follow the mission here as the 4 astronauts work on the steps to activate some of the systems and prepare for the apogee raise burn. About 3 minutes from now, 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll start the press briefing. That press briefing will happen on our 24/7 live coverage. While that is happening, you can listen to the Orion to Earth loops and continue to cover the mission and views from the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion. And you can follow that at our clean live stream, also available at NASA's YouTube channel. This is Mission Control Houston, passing 1 hour and 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. The Integrity crew, about 800 statute miles over the Earth, currently passing over Australia. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed that pass over Australia, they were able to peek out the windows and see that view from an altitude that is higher than any of them are used to. Jeremy.
Integrity Houston for GNC, we are taking channel 1 to unfiltered and BFS. Also for the solar array indication we saw earlier, we think that when the brake originally set, it was like on a tooth, and that when the engine lit for PRM, it slipped one tooth. That brake is now showing nominally.
Okay, Tanya, we copy that, and I'm just curious, I feel like about a half an hour ago you took 1 to unfiltered in BFS. Is this nominal, or did something happen?
Victor, this is nominal.
Okay, thanks. Copy.
Now 7 p.m. Central Time at a mission elapsed time of 1 hour 25 minutes. An update for viewers. We are continuing to cover the Artemis II mission and see live views from the solar array wings. The press conference scheduled for 7 p.m. The current start time for that press conference is 7:05 p.m. Central Time, 8:05 p.m. Eastern Time. During the conference, we are expected to execute the apogee raise burn. We're a little more than 20 minutes from the time of ignition of that burn. We do know that the time of ignition has been updated from the pad. This is the predicted time of ignition and trajectory that was uploaded to the crew prior to liftoff. The current time of ignition is 1 hour 46 minutes and 9 seconds of mission elapsed time. The duration of the burn at the pad was 17 minutes 52 seconds. Ahead of the execution of the burn, any changes in that duration will be reported to the crew and uploaded to ensure that the apogee raise burn goes as expected and puts them on the predicted trajectory. That trajectory being 43,730 miles by 0 statute mile orbit. This high Earth orbit will take the crew of Integrity past the tracking and data relay satellites that are positioned about 23,000 miles away from the Earth. Again, they're currently on TDRS West. And they will transition to the Deep Space Network. The apogee raise burn time of ignition again at 1 hour 46 minutes and 9 seconds of mission elapsed time. That is expected and will occur during the post-launch press briefing. So as part of our 24/7 coverage, the briefing itself will overlap with that particular milestone. To follow along on our 24/7 coverage, we won't necessarily stop our coverage. The clean Orion to Earth loops will be available on our clean feed that will show a view similar to what you're seeing now. This is a view from the solar array wings, and you'll also hear the communications between Capcom's Stan Love here and the crew aboard Integrity, and you can listen as they confirm the execution of the burn and any changes of the burn. When we come back from the press conference, expected about around 8:05 p.m. Central Time, 9:05 p.m. Eastern, we'll go ahead and recap any of the milestones that occurred while we transitioned to the press briefing to answer the questions that come from the press, and continue along on our 24/7 coverage.
Houston Integrity for CFC install. That is complete.
Copy CFC, thank you.
And Houston, just want to let you know, since we're running a touch behind timeline, we have not yet started suit doff for any of the 4 crew members. We'll get to it in a bit.
Copy, thank you. Integrity Houston, updated ARB numbers when you're ready.
Stan, we are ready.
And sorry, false alarm. Still integrating on the ground. We'll be back with you shortly.
this call. Talk to you in a second.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. For those still with us, the press briefing that was scheduled to begin at 7:05 will begin shortly. They're just getting set up, and just stay tuned until we are able to transition to beginning.
Activity on Jeremy's timeline is complete.
To the beginning of the press briefing.
Copy docking camera. Thank you.
Teams on the ground are analyzing the time of ignition and what's called T-GO, the duration of the burn. At the time ahead of liftoff, the duration of the burn was 17 minutes 52 seconds. There might be some changes. The flight dynamics officer and his support in the back rooms are analyzing to make sure that what they are about to report to the crew is rock solid.
Integrity Houston with new ARB numbers for real this time.
Okay, Stan, we're listening. Go ahead.
ARB TIG, 1 hour, 46 minutes, 07 seconds. TGO is 18 minutes, 06 seconds.
Okay, Stan, we copy and have entered 1 hour, 46 minutes, 7 seconds for TIG, and TGO, 18 minutes, 6 seconds.
Thank you for that. With that, we also have an updated time for the handover from TDRS west to east. That is going to be over 6 minutes earlier than what's on your pad. You can expect that at MET 2 hours, 03 minutes, 04 seconds, 2:03:04.
Two, 3, 4. For a handover west to east. Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome. And integrity 2 minutes
Dan,
to maneuver.
PFE is reading 3, which is nominal.
Copy PFE. And integrity, we are ready for the Eclipse power down per your execute note.
All right, as we've continued to follow along on the mission here in Mission Control Houston and on the Orion to Earth loops, we'll take you over to the beginning of the press briefing, the post-launch press briefing over at the Kennedy Space Center.
Integrity, MCC pulls go for ARB pending attitude and saws.
Integrity. Houston, integrity for power down.
Go ahead.
All right, we see the roll, Stan. And for power down, we believe our steps are complete. If we could get just some situational awareness on the DU brightness, we feel like we have them 50% down, but let us know.
Checking. Integrity, we see DU3 right at center. We see DUs 1 and 2, a couple of clicks above center. We're checking power draw now.
Copy that, Stan. And obviously when we go into eclipse, we can bring them down a bit further.
Roger. And Reed, when we get into eclipse, we would like those extra clicks on DUs 1 and 2.
Yeah, you got it. We did bring 1 and 2 down a touch, but we'll bring them down as far as we can when we get into eclipse.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Booster ignition and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Good evening and welcome to NASA's Artemis II post-launch news conference. I'm Bethany Stevens, Senior Advisor and Press Secretary, and I will be your moderator today. I am joined by Administrator Jared Isaacman, Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya, Acting Associate Administrator for the Exploration System Development Mission Directorate, Dr. Lori Glaze, and Director of Flight Operations, Norm Knight. Administrator Isaacman will give opening remarks, and then we will open the floor to questions. If you are dialing in to be with us here today, please press *1 to get in the queue. And with that, Administrator.
Thanks, Bethany. Good evening, everyone. So today, April 1st, 2026, 6:35 p.m., NASA's Space Launch System rocket lifted off the pad with 8.8 million pounds of thrust, carrying the Orion spacecraft and the Artemis II crew out to Earth orbit and beginning America's grand return to the moon. Now, about 51 minutes into the flight, during a planned handover between satellites, the Orion spacecraft underwent a communications issue, leading to a temporary partial loss of comms. The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear the responses for a brief period of time. There were no issues with the vehicle itself. Comms with the crew have been restored. We're actively working the issue, and we'll keep you informed. The Orion spacecraft has successfully separated from the core stage, and its solar arrays have been deployed as planned. Soon the crew will execute the apogee raise burn, placing the spacecraft into a stable, high Earth orbit as we prepare for the translunar injection and the journey into cislunar space. NASA astronauts Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are safe, they're secure, and they're in great spirits. We will continue to monitor their health and the status as we move into the next phase of the Artemis II mission. So after a brief 54-year intermission, NASA is back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon. We have arrived at this point through a sustained effort, a national commitment, and the work of thousands across the agency, our industry partners, and our international allies. I want to personally thank the ground crews, pad controllers, the entire workforce here at Kennedy Space Center. This mission belongs as much to you as it does to the crew. The crew is now in the capable hands of Mission Control Houston, the Johnson Space Center, where teams will guide Orion through each phase of the mission with the same discipline and precision that has brought us to this moment. We have certainly been here before. We know the challenges ahead. We have a lot of checkouts to get through before TLI. And when, if all goes well, everything is go, Artemis II will be moonbound. You have our commitment to keep the public as informed as possible on this historic mission. And we will celebrate when this crew, we will hold our celebration until this crew is under parachutes and splashes down off the west coast of the United States. Thank you.
So with that, we will open this up to questions, and we will start here in the room. If we have any takers, we'll start right up here.
Congratulations to all of you on a successful launch so far. My name's Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now. And I'm curious about when the astronauts will have their first meal on this mission. And secondly, is somebody on the Earth here, back in Houston or somewhere, keeping track of what they eat during this entire mission? And how do they go about doing that? Do they tell them what to eat, or do they kind of select what they want? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I'll jump in on this one. Well, what I'll tell you is they do have planned meals, okay? So they have a planned meal today. I will tell you they're very busy. So ascent day is very tough. It's tough physiologically, and it's tough from a workload issue as well. And so this timeline between now when the crew goes to sleep, so MET of about 8:30 is pretty packed. They're going to snack. They probably have some pre-positioned meals. I know they did in their flight suit. Some of the snacks that they can use if they need. But I will also tell you that flight day 1 and flight day 2, you might not feel like eating a lot, and that's just part of it. Your body is acclimating to 0G. Your physiology is transitioning from a 1G environment to 0G, and it takes a little bit of adapting. So right now they're working hard. They are doing what they need to do. They sound great on the loops. That was really a good signal to us that they're feeling well. But just know that that's part of the equation, you know, when they get on orbit. As far as the food being tracked, yes, we have a food lab, and we have folks at the Johnson Space Center tracking what they eat, the nutrition, the calories. It makes a difference. They do this on Artemis. They do it on Space Station as well. So we're well versed in that. We want to make sure that they're healthy, and we also want to make sure we know what they're doing, what they're eating, so we can also track that and make sure that they don't need any supplements or anything additional.
Thank you. We'll head over to Joey.
Thanks, guys, and congrats on a clean launch so far. Jared, or whoever wants to answer, how were you able to resolve the communications issue, and do you have any guesses as to what might have caused that? And was there any part of the mission so far that appeared off nominal, or is everything looking good? Just curious to hear how things are going on that. Thanks.
Well, on the comms issue, and I don't know, there may be someone here that has a little more detail than I do of having to run around quite a bit, but I think they're still looking into trying to really understand exactly what was going on there. But it's restored, which is important. I think it was during handover to Tidris West.
Sometimes that's squirrely. Ground configuration, you gotta get that right. So hopefully that's what it is. But we'll chase it down. But they were able to recover. They had intermittent forward and return links, so the burns that they needed on board it was never an issue. It was unusual for it to be dropped out for a couple minutes. So that's what we're telling you. We had a controller issue with the toilet when they spun it up, so we got to work through that. That's going to take maybe a few hours to troubleshoot. So there was also a water tank valve. There's 4 water tanks on Orion. There's a crossover valve that connects the 2 gangs of tanks. It's supposed to be open to ensure maximum flow. It was closed during ascent. You know, when you shake the thing, things like that happen. So they're going to reset the valve. And then they had a recurrence of on Artemis 1, we had a latching current limiter failure on a piece of electronics, a transient failure when it gets exposed to radiation. They took 1 hit of those. We took about 24, 25 of those during Artemis 1. Again, normal, the onboard fault detection cleans that up, but we're just getting started, Joey.
There, right, this is a flight test, and a lot of what we're doing here is exactly this, trying to test out all of the things that require the crew interaction, right? And so we anticipate to have a lot of these. Well, that's what we're here for, work through them.
Sawyer.
Apogee rays burn. We're go. So they're going to stay in space.
Sawyer.
Thank you, Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I noticed that the slide wire baskets happened to deploy during launch. Was that something that was expected? And can you give any initial reports, at least what you've seen from the cameras, of how the mobile launcher is doing, given the hope to be able to quickly turn it around?
Yeah,
Do you have something on the baskets? I can talk about the turnaround.
The baskets they're supposed to get out of the way. That's part of the plan. So otherwise they take plume loads, and we don't like that.
So I can tell you on the mobile launcher, our team has already been looking at a lot of the imagery that we have that was taken both during and after, and assessing that, trying to get the condition. We've got teams, I believe, going out there. They might already be out on their way to take a real look. Some of the good things that we've seen relative to Artemis 1, one of the issues we had was that the water that was supposed to be spraying down the launch pad, so that there were some issues there that didn't happen. We saw a lot of corrosion. The water was working, so things were getting washed down. We're still also going to remove some of the parts so that we can do some of that cleaning to make sure we don't have those corrosion issues. We haven't seen evidence of things like after Artemis 1, like the elevator doors were blown off. We haven't seen that. So we're optimistic, but we got to get out to the pad. We got to look. We did a lot of changes after Artemis 1, trying to harden the systems so that we can turn it around faster. We do anticipate there will be some items that'll need to be replaced. It's a pretty violent environment. But we're hopeful that that's minimized, and as soon as we have more information on that, we'll definitely let you guys know where we stand and how quickly we think we can get it turned around. Thanks.
Lauren. Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I just wanted to get a gut check on how we're feeling about the upcoming proximity and operation. Do we have any concerns with that TDRS delay, or is that not an issue for that?
I'd say right now we're on for the proximity operations demo. Haven't heard anything that's keeping us from that, Norm?
No. On track, ready to go. Victor Glover's going to be flying it. Reed's going to be working the procedure with him. And cross-checking, and Jeremy and Christina are going to be looking out the windows, also spotting, cross-checking, using cameras and imagery, and it should be beautiful, so we can't wait.
We'll go right over here.
Yes, Bert Dicht from Ad Astra magazine, National Space Society. Just wondering if the astronauts reported what the ride was like to orbit. I know with the space shuttle, it was a pretty rough ride until there was SRB SEP. Was this similar?
Have you heard?
I have not heard a report yet. I know we will get a report. Again,
yes.
when MECO happened, immediately they were getting prepped to do their perigee raise maneuver. That's critical. Otherwise, they come back to Earth, which we don't want them to. So they got that. They are working to get their spacesuits off. They're, they just got the ARB burn, which was very important. So now they're working to get their suits off. So they are very busy. Now, later today, I anticipate they will call down and give us a full brief as to, how the Proxox demo went, how the ride uphill went, and I personally can't wait to hear the comparison between this massive rocket and the shuttle.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Micah.
Thanks, Bethany. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Maybe for the administrator, I'd like to ask you, I know we're early on here, how you're thinking about success for this mission, defining success. A lot of tests ahead. And just what happens if you don't kind of meet that standard as the flight unfolds? Thanks so much.
Well, I mean, to me, success is undershoots and in the water safely after a 10-day mission duration. So no early off ramps there. I think we're, right now we're already getting good ECLIS data. We've never flown Orion with crew on board, so that's pretty important. I mean, understanding the Orion spacecraft is, is paramount in this one to progress on to integrated operations of Orion with a lander. Every day we're getting data. It says, it was mentioned from the get-go, this is a test mission for sure. No crew have ever ridden this before. We'll keep gathering data over the next 10 days. We'll share updates, but we'll call success when they're in the water safely, and we'll start working on the next mission.
Jackie.
Hi, right here. Sorry if I missed it. I just wanted to check in on the status of the perigee and apogee burns. Are those both finished at this point? And then I also wanted to check how the best way to explain to the audience why we're doing that apogee raise maneuver and why we go into that high Earth orbit. Thanks so much.
Do you want to take it? I mean, I can certainly say we completed the perigee raise maneuver. That was done pretty quickly, as you heard, and the apogee raise burn should have already happened. That should have been happening while we sat here. They were getting ready as we were walking in. And then if you want to talk maybe about the rest.
So we go into a high Earth orbit. Roughly, the perigee is about 1,000 nautical miles, rough, give or take, of the Earth, 25,000. So it's pretty elliptical. That's getting us, everything we do is getting us set up for the translunar injection burn. And so it's getting these burns, it's all converging down to what we call TLI. So we got to get the ECLIS system checked out. We got to make sure we have a redundancy. We got to make sure these burns go off where they should go off and get Orion and the SM configured exactly where it needs to be. So when it comes around and it's time for the translunar injection burn, off we go. And that takes us really, that puts us outbound to the moon. That's a real big commit point. And so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow.
Matt mentioned it not only sends us outbound to the moon, but it also sets us up for the gravity assist that brings us back. So we are set all the way.
Yes.
Once we make that burn.
Go right back here.
Hi, TJ Musco with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much. Something that hasn't been really talked about is that the Space Launch System predates the Artemis program. We got going all the way back to 2011, so 15 years really invested in this. And just how does it feel to finally see it, launch with the human crew on board?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like I said, we're focused on the next 10 days. But I mean, I'll tell you, I'm incredibly proud of the folks that worked on this machine for as long as they did. And one thing we didn't talk about earlier was, that one of the big objectives is getting the organization and getting our qualification standards and getting our certification. Spacecraft guys got a lot of homework, so they're going to go work on that. But yeah, for them, I could see it on their faces.
Jeff.
Jeff Faust of Space News. During the countdown, we heard controllers working through a few issues, one with the flight termination system, one with the launch abort system battery, and it sounded like there was a brief telemetry dropout. Wonder if you could provide a little bit more details about those issues and how you resolved them relatively quickly.
Yeah, so Jeff, the FTS issue was we were doing an end-to-end test. We typically have to confirm that we can get a signal from the range to the machine and then back. We weren't able to close that entire end-to-end loop. But the guys at the range, they were really quick on their feet. They swapped to a different range receiver, which is a slightly different heritage, but has the same fundamental algorithms on it, and they were able to switch over to that and able to confirm a good end-to-end signal, which is really clever. We had thought about getting a receive-only box that we had in the VAB and shipping that over to Patrick quickly so they could do it, but they were able to fix it on the fly over there, so that was good. And once we knew we could confirm the end-to-end loop of that command, then we didn't need that receive. We don't need to do that test more than once. We just need to verify the commands get on board. And so once we confirmed that command was there, then that we met all of our public safety risk. For the launch abort system, we had a battery, so 2 batteries, several temperature sensors on both batteries. We had one poke out of family. We want to make sure all of them are tracking within certain limits, but we could confirm, given the locations of the temperature sensors, where they are on the battery itself, that the reading was instrumentation, because there wasn't a credible physics-based explanation for why that sensor would be that far high. It was an order of magnitude off scale high from the rest, and so we were able to quickly vote that sensor out. So that was two of the major issues. But again, the team, this is what the training is for. This is what the practice is for, is to go into those things and knock them out quickly. So they did really well.
We'll go right over here.
I noticed there was a lack of public address announcing outside, and there was a lot of going back and forth when we realized there were some issues and we had to go back inside to find out, or we had to have our phones. Why was there no public address system available with loudspeakers outside?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. We're not sure what issue you're talking about the public address. Okay.
Available to people outdoors, and I thought that was a lacking. Which
We'll take a look into that. We'll definitely look into that. I wasn't aware that happened. So thank you for that information. That's new, and we'll definitely look into it.
We'll go right back here.
Thomas Moore, Sky News. Administrator Isaac Mann, as a fellow astronaut, what were your feelings watching your crew rising above Pad 39B? And do you feel that extra sense of responsibility for the crew as they head further into space?
I certainly felt that it would be, just from, I guess, my perspective in it, that, I don't know, it is far less stressful to be strapped into the rocket than to be responsible for it here on Earth. So I definitely had those feelings quite a bit. But, you derive a lot of confidence from the process that leads up to this moment. I mean, literally the army of people that came together across NASA, all our contractors, all our partners to prepare for this, every step that leads up to it. This is what I, was really honestly going through my mind through it, is all the testing that goes into it, the integrated testing, the flight readiness review, everything that goes into a flight readiness review. Not to mention you have a truly exceptional crew up there that have been training for years on this. That gives you the confidence to undertake this mission, especially knowing the implications that it is part of a much bigger program. This is America and our partners' return to the moon, and we're trying to do it this time to stay. So, incredibly important mission. Certainly felt the pressure of it, but it was relieved, based on the confidence we have in the team here at NASA and everyone who contributes to it. Thank you for the question.
We'll come right up here.
Frederic Castel with France 24. First, of course, congratulations to NASA for the grand return to the moon. Mr. Administrator, I have this question that they ask me constantly in Europe and in the States. In the 60s, NASA was using just the slide rule to go to the moon, and they could launch almost every 3 months. Of course, they had more money probably, but what happened in 50 years? Why is it so difficult to make it again? What has changed? Thank you.
Well, for sure, we knew. Look, it's a very fair question. I know a lot of people ask it, not just in your country, but here in the United States. Certainly, financial resources are part of the equation. NASA's budget, if I recall, was
5-ish. Obviously, those burn times can change, so check that before tomorrow. But what are the teams looking for before TLI? We're looking to make sure that the life support systems work, that the vehicle's healthy, the life support systems have been checked out, they're ready to go. We assure that those are functional, because once we commit to TLI, they have to function. And so we want to make sure. So that's why we spend a day checking out the systems, Ascent is, you shake, rattle, and roll a little bit, the vehicle. You saw that today, and you can imagine what that does to the systems. The systems, though, are performing very well. We anticipate that they continue to, but we want to get some track record on them before we do that. We also want to make sure we have redundancy in the system for comm, for environmental life support, propulsion, those type things before we embark on that TLI mission. So that's what the mission control team in Houston will be doing tomorrow. Jeff Radigan and his team, as the lead flight director, will be well into that. The teams are well versed on it. They have trained for it. They work very closely in conjunction with the engineering team, the mission evaluation room in Houston, where the engineers that have the intricate knowledge of Orion come together with the operations team, and together they work with the crew to make sure that the vehicle, is doing what we want to and accomplishing the mission objectives that we need to. But it always comes down to crew safety, vehicle safety, and mission objectives in that order.
I might also mention, as those teams are checking out all of those systems, there will also be a meeting of the mission management team that's led by John Honeycutt, whom I think many of you have seen before, and they'll be meeting tomorrow afternoon to hear all of the results from what's happened over the last day, in preparation to make the decision on whether or not we proceed with the TLI burn.
We will next go right back here to Manuel.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masante with Exploración Espacial. I understand that the CubeSats are going to be deployed like 5 hours into the flight. Is there any chance we're going to see live images of the deployment? And then when is the crew, I know they're super busy right now, but when are they going to start using the flywheel machine on its way to the moon, when everything is more like...
The second question was to do when they start doing the manual as far as...
Flywheel machine.
Oh, the flywheel machine. Sorry, thank you, the exercise machine.
I guess after the TLI.
I'll do this exercise. Yeah, I'll hand that to you, but I can answer the CubeSats. So the CubeSats are installed in the Orion stage adapter, which is actually a part of the upper stage piece, right? So once Orion separates from the upper stage, we'll do the ProxOps demonstration, right? And then once Orion has cleared and we're away, then they will be deployed. So Orion won't be there to take images of them. And once they are deployed, they each of them have their own plans for being able to communicate back down to Earth to various ground stations. They have their own communication plans. So we'll start to get information back from those individual CubeSats. So that's kind of the plan and the path forward on the CubeSat deployment and what you can expect.
We're going to take one more question from the phone bridge from Christopher Mick of the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the teams thus far. I had a question from an earlier media availability with Jeremy Hansen. He made mention of if the mission launched on April 1st, they would be experiencing a lunar eclipse. And I just want to follow up on that, if that's where that would be happening in the mission timeline, and if there would be any video perchance of that happening, or is that just going to be on the astronauts' photography at the time?
So you may have to answer the question on whether or not there'll be the availability of the what kind of real time. I'm not sure what we'll have there, but the crew will get to observe the eclipse. This is pretty unique. It's kind of interesting. It actually doesn't happen when they're out of comm, so they will be having communication during that eclipse time. But during the eclipse, the moon will be blocking the sun. They will be able to see the sun's corona, which is kind of cool. So they've been having a lot of science lessons over the last couple of days to learn about that and the eventuality that we actually launched today. So they're prepared to make those solar observations. It'll be a pretty cool and unique opportunity. I'm sure we'll get some images down at some point. I just don't know if they'll be live.
Tarek.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com for the administrator. There have been a lot of comparisons of Artemis II to Apollo 8, a pioneering mission, daring, that sent astronauts on an untested crewed vehicle around the moon. And I'm very curious, given last week's ignition event and how that really laid out an audacious and ambitious plan to really explore the moon in a stepping stone approach way, where you see Artemis II in that plan, and basically the importance of riding on this mission before you can make that next step for next year.
So, I mean, no matter, I guess, how you slice it, it's the opening act for sure. I think there are areas where we're clearly combining, Apollo 7, Apollo 8 into a single mission, which we should be able to do. There has been, to your question earlier, there's been substantial progress, over the last half century. We have tools. We've certainly been there before, so I would expect us to be able to get some, mission efficiencies through. But I would say that what we learn from this, for sure, will inform how we think about Artemis II. Now, there's certainly big picture objectives in that. We'd like to get the lander together. We'd like to test that out in Earth orbit before we go to the moon with it. But if there are things that we don't see, maybe it is comm-related issues, then we're going to try and fix those. And then we're going to want to validate that on the next mission as well. So, and that should be the idea, right, as we progress forward. I suspect when Artemis III comes around, we're going to learn a lot about the integrated operations that we'll want to validate and ensure is rolled into the subsequent missions. But yes, this should be a philosophy that we take across all of the grand efforts that we are pursuing right now, to not necessarily jump to the ultimate desired state, but to build up to it.
I'm going to jump right up here.
Hi, Richard Hollingham, BBC Future. Related to Apollo 8 in a way, really. I just wondered what plans had gone into a new Earthrise image. A lot has gone into the aspirational nature of this mission. Have you a plan? I assume you have a plan. What is the plan?
Bueno, gente, nos vamos a ir despidiendo de este vivo, de esta transmisión que era, la función más que nada de esta transmisión era transmitir el lanzamiento, que eso ya pasó. Entonces ahora cerramos este vivo, ¿sí? Dejamos este vivo y iniciamos otro siguiendo la conferencia y siguiendo lo que es el Artemis II, siguiendo en vivo todo, pero este vivo lo vamos a cerrar. Así ya luego lo editamos y seguimos con el otro, ¿sí? Ahí ven que les dejé el link en el chat, si quieren entrar, y si no, bueno, entran al canal y van a ver que va a arrancar otro vivo. Ahora en breve, en 2 minutos, arranca el otro vivo, ¿ok? Cierro este y ya empiezo el otro. Así que saludos para todos, les agradezco por estar del otro lado, todos los que estuvieron, los que ya se fueron y los que están ahora. Sigan el vivo, que vamos a seguir esto, no le vamos a quitar el ojo a esto, sí, vamos a estar atentos. Y bueno, cuando sea necesidad yo voy a comentar y vamos a ir agregando, podemos charlar un poco en el chat también. Así que son bienvenidos a charlar en el chat, a comentar este vivo y a entrar al otro vivo que ya arranca ahora, enseguida. Nos vemos en el próximo video, el próximo vivo. Chau, chau.